picture real fast. But it's the same person. Jensen's case. Please rise for the jury. Good? All right, we got some technical difficulties. State of Wisconsin, Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. Let's have the appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The State of Wisconsin appears by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil, and Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, and Mackenzie Runner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in person. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. It is January 27th, 2023 for the record, and happy Friday. Good morning to the jury, folks. We are ready to continue then with the defense's case. Ms. Krause, who's your next witness?
Judge,
Mr. Perry, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. The defense will call Dr. Lindsay Thomas.
All right. Let's have her come up. Standing, raise your right hand. Your testimony. Try to get as close as you can to the microphone. And if you could spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Lindsay, Lindsey, Thomas, Thomas.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Thomas.
Good morning.
What kind of doctor are you?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And what is a forensic pathologist?
A forensic pathologist is the kind of doctor that is involved in medical, legal death investigation. So we are the people who are called when there's an unexpected or unnatural death. And we do an investigation that may involve all kinds of things, and then we're the people who do the autopsies, and we're the people who come to the conclusion about the cause and manner of death.
Do you treat or take care of living patients?
No.
All your work is done on deceased people.
Yes.
What types of deaths do you investigate?
It varies from state to state. The state law mandates what types of deaths are reported to the coroner or medical examiner, but in a broad sense, it's all unnatural deaths, so accidents, suicides, homicides, undetermined deaths, but also any natural death that is unexpected, so a younger person or someone who doesn't have a past medical history. In some states, it requires that any death occurring outside of a healthcare facility has to be investigated. So it's really a broad array of the types of deaths that are investigated.
You mentioned that a forensic pathologist determines cause and manner of death. Do you have special training to determine cause and manner of death?
Yes.
And what is that training?
Well, it's part of our entire training as physicians to make those determinations. And then as pathologists, we specialize even more in using the autopsy and other investigative tools to determine the cause and manner of death. And then I would say the primary training in that comes during a fellowship in specifically forensic pathology. And that's when the training is really focused on these types of deaths that I described.
Now, I guess I just want to break it down a little bit more. What is pathology?
Pathology is that branch of medicine that looks at disease and, in my specialty, also injury. So, for example, if you go to the doctor and they draw blood for, say, a white blood count or potassium level, those go to a lab that's run by a clinical pathologist. Or if you have a biopsy to see if that thing on your arm is skin cancer, that would be looked at under the microscope by an anatomic pathologist. And then, as I mentioned, forensic pathology is a branch of that includes both some clinical and a lot of anatomic.
Thank you. Is a medical examiner necessarily a forensic pathologist?
No, that varies very much from state to state. And in Wisconsin, that's not a requirement.
Okay. Now, but you've been a medical examiner.
Yes.
And you're a forensic pathologist.
Yes. In Minnesota, where I practiced for most of my career, in order to be a medical examiner, you have to be a forensic pathologist.
And is part of your assessment of a deceased person, is there a medical and legal component to what you do?
Yes. Those are the cases that get reported to medical examiners or coroners where there may actually be a legal overlap. For example, an accident. There may be a lawsuit that results from that, or a suspicious death that may be a homicide, or even natural deaths. If a doctor missed a diagnosis, that might result in some legal action.
When you've acted in your role as a medical examiner, what does a death investigation entail?
Oh, well, it's a lot. It really starts with in a way, it starts with a body being found. So there is a death. And then the medical legal death investigator, so that's separate from a law enforcement investigator, but a coroner or medical examiner investigator will go to the scene or get information. And at that point, then, we work backwards. We want to know, who is this person? What's their past medical history? What's their social history? Do they have a psychiatric history? Do they use drugs, alcohol? Do they smoke cigarettes? All of that can really inform the types of diseases that someone might have, or in the case of psychiatric history, have they attempted suicide before? And that might make us think, oh, this death, could be a suicide. So there's all of that kind of past history. Then we want to know, what are the history of what are called the terminal events, so leading up to the death. He was out shoveling this horrendous snowfall. He came in, clutched his chest, and then fell over. Well, that really informs us about what we're likely to find when we do an autopsy. Or what did the people who were last with the deceased person, what did they describe? How were they acting? What did they see? Then we look at, well, what about the scene? How was the person found? Is there evidence of tampering with the scene? If we think it's a drug overdose, but there's no drug paraphernalia, did someone clean up the scene? All of that kind of information. Does it look like the body's been moved? So all of that happens even before the autopsy is done, although we may not have complete information at the time of the autopsy. But that's all in addition to the autopsy. Then we do the autopsy, and that might include toxicology, cultures to see if the person had an infection, x-rays to look for bullets or broken bones, all microscopic sections to look for cancer or infection or things like that. So that's sort of the autopsy part. Then we get the results of whatever tests were done, like the toxicology is probably the most common one. And then we sort of put all of that information together. So, history, terminal events, scene, autopsy, other tests, and only then do we come to a conclusion about the cause and manner of death. And as part of the history, it may involve getting information from law enforcement if they were involved in doing investigation. If it was a crash, we might get information from State Patrol. If it was a fire death, we would get information. So you can see there's all kinds of sources of information. And then all of that gets integrated into making the determination about cause and manner of death.
in terms of all the information that you just outlined, is that information that is just provided to you from others, or does a medical examiner, in your experience, typically conduct their own investigation?
So the systems in which I've worked that I'm most familiar with, there's a parallel investigation. So law enforcement does their investigation, and then the medical examiner's or coroner's office has their own investigators that also do an investigation. And depending on the type of case, if it's a natural death, law enforcement involvement will be very minimal. If it's a homicide, a gunshot, multiple gunshot wounds, then the law enforcement component will obviously be much more significant. So, but it's always a dual sort of cooperative but independent investigations.
Dr. Thomas, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 118. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a copy of my curriculum vitae or my resume.
Okay, I want to go through some of the information on that. Before I do that, I just wanted to ask one more follow-up. In terms of your studies of a deceased person and trying to figure out cause and manner of death, do you have specific training and experience as to how injuries occur?
Yes, and that would be primarily during the forensic pathology fellowship of this is the history, this is what we know happened, these are the injuries. I just want to say, looking at my curriculum vitae, this is kind of an older one, so it's not absolutely up to date. I apologize.
Okay. Well, it's the one that we have. Is all the information in that CV accurate?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Just some. I've retired from some of these, so.
Okay.
Yeah. Historical.
Dr. Thomas, are you currently employed?
No, I work for myself.
Okay. And so you're retired?
Yes.
And how long have you been retired?
6 years.
Okay. And before you were retired, where did you work?
I was at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office, which is in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and we covered multiple counties in Minnesota, and also did autopsies for some counties in Wisconsin. And prior to that, I was the chief medical examiner of another office in Minnesota, and we were the medical examiner's office for 8 counties and did a lot of consulting with other counties, did autopsies for other counties in both Wisconsin and Minnesota, and also a county in Michigan where they didn't have their own forensic pathologists.
How many years of experience as a forensic pathologist do you have?
Over 35 now.
Your CV notes that you've been a consultant to a number of Wisconsin counties.
Yes.
And I think it lists Ashland, Bayfield, Eau Claire, La Crosse, Price, Rice.
I think Rice County, it's the Rice County in Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
But the other ones, yes, are Wisconsin.
Those are Wisconsin. So what does that entail? What does that mean?
Well, those are all counties that at the time didn't have a forensic pathologist. So they either had a coroner or a medical examiner who would do the investigation piece, but they didn't have anyone to do their autopsies. And that may still be true in those counties. And so they would have an arrangement with an office, a larger office that had board-certified forensic pathologists. And so our office would do the autopsies for those counties in cases that the local coroner or medical examiner felt needed an autopsy. And so then, as follow-up, I would work with law enforcement officers in those counties if they were assisting with the investigation. And then if it was a homicide, I would end up testifying in those counties, working with the prosecution to bring information to the juries.
Do you have an estimate as to, over the 35 years of experience, how many death investigations, how many cases have you worked on?
So I would estimate that I've done probably over 5,000 autopsies, but I've done tens of thousands of death investigations, because lots of investigations don't involve doing an autopsy. It's just reviewing the medical records and coming to a conclusion about the cause and manner of death.
And that last figure you gave, that's the number of times where you've determined cause and manner of death?
Yes.
When you render opinions in cases, is that to a standard of reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, that's the standard we use.
And what does reasonable degree of medical certainty mean in the field of forensic pathology?
So the way we kind of correlate it to other branches of medicine is if you went to your doctor and your doctor took your blood pressure and said, I think your blood pressure is elevated, so to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, I think you have hypertension, and here's what I know about the risk of hypertension, here's what I know about treating hypertension. So the decisions your doctor makes based on your examination and then the plan, the treatment, the, what they're going to do to help you prevent unpleasant complications, they make those decisions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Now, obviously, as a forensic pathologist, when I'm making diagnoses, we aren't going to prescribe medication. It's not going to help the deceased person, but it's to that level of standard. If we were making a decision about the care of this person, what factors would we consider? So it's not like beyond a reasonable doubt or something like that. It's just we weigh all the evidence that we have, and our job is to do a death certificate because that's what the state requires, and it's used for public health purposes. So public health knows how many people did die of whatever disease in their county and their state. And so it's using our best medical judgment. So I wouldn't say it's like, a random guess. It's taking all of the factors that we know, our training, experience, the literature, and then reaching a conclusion.
Do you hold any licenses?
Yes. I'm licensed in Wisconsin, Minnesota, Tennessee, Utah, and Nevada.
Okay. And how about any board certifications?
Yes, I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
Are you the member of any professional associations?
Yes, I'm a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners, the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the American Medical Association. I'm still a member of the Minnesota Coroners and Medical Examiners Association, the College of American Pathologists. There may be one or two others, but those are the biggies.
Have you done any teaching?
Oh, yes. So I've done lots of teaching over the years. I like to talk. And I've taught or given talks to everything ranging really from middle school students, high school students, college, medical school, residents, and pathology fellows. So that aspect of training, I've been involved in either giving talks or actually hands-on in the office kind of training. I've also done a lot of teaching with law enforcement officers. For many years, our office had a training program with the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. And I've given a lot of talks to attorneys to help them understand the science in forensic pathology, and also to colleagues, to other people in the medical legal death investigation field.
I want to ask you about a couple of publications that are listed in your CV. One is titled, and I'm looking at page 4 of your of Exhibit 118, and it's titled A Proposed Model Autopsy Protocol. Can you tell me about that?
Yes. When I very first started back in the 80s as a trainee forensic pathologist, I started working with the chief medical examiner of Hennepin County and the Hennepin County attorney and a group called the Minnesota Lawyers International Human Rights Committee. And at that time, there was no international standard for how suspicious deaths should be investigated. And this was around the time that all of these mass homicides were being found in, Central America, South America, Southeast Asia. So there was felt to be a real need for an international protocol. And I had the opportunity to work with other experts in this field, and we wrote a protocol for investigating these deaths, both autopsy, the legal aspect, the sort of governmental structural aspect, and also anthropology, because, of course, a lot of these bodies, by the time they're found, are just bones. So, and ultimately it was published by the United Nations, and it's still being used internationally for death investigation.
The other one I wanted to ask you about is, looks like it was published in 2015, and it's called Cognitive Bias in Medical Legal Death Investigation. And I wanted to know what that was about.
So cognitive bias is this idea that we all come into every experience with a set of biases. And I'm not using bias in the sense of it's bad. It's just, it's how we learn as humans to make decisions. You have a bunch of experiences, you learn from those experiences, and then based on that, when you are faced with a similar experience, you sort of come to a more rapid decision. So it isn't every time, every decision is you start from scratch. But the risk of that is if the last 3 times you saw a contact gunshot wound to the head, it was a suicide. Well, the next time you see a contact gunshot wound to the head, are you just automatically going to assume, well, it must be a suicide because that's what I've seen before, and not really keep an open mind about, sometimes contact gunshot wounds to the head are not suicides. Could be an accident, could be a homicide. So, and that's just one little example. But there's been a real conflict between attorneys and forensic pathologists, because attorneys often feel like, well, you should just use the information that is in the autopsy. That should be all the information you have. But as you can see from the description I gave about the history, the scene, all of this other information, and you think about when you go to the doctor, your doctor says, well, what brings you here? And you say, well, I fell and my shoulder really hurts. You don't go to the doctor and say, I don't want to bias you, so you tell me what's wrong with me, because that's it's impossible to do it like that. And we are physicians as forensic pathologists. Even though we don't treat living people, we approach problems from a medical perspective and look at, okay, what's the symptom, if you will, and in our case, it's what does the body look like? But it's, we need all of that information. But then how do you keep that from influencing? For example, if the police come in and say, well, doc, this guy's fingerprints were found at a scene, and there was drugs at the scene, and so, we think this is going to be a drug overdose. Do you then sort of say, oh, well, it must be true because, law enforcement said, or do you say, oh, I don't want to pay attention to that because I don't want to be biased? Well, no, you have to maintain a professional curiosity and say, well, that might be true, this is going to be a drug overdose, or it might not. I'm going to keep an open mind. So the point about this article was that, and it sort of reflects on this idea of what is the level of certainty, reasonable degree of medical certainty, is that the conclusions forensic pathologists draw as to cause and manner of death is not the same level of certainty that is required in legal settings. So the kind of feeling that a lot of people have is that forensic pathologists, it's fine if we come in and testify about the cause of death that we concluded after all of this. But because often the manner of death is a decision that's based on sort of very non-medical information that is equally evaluated by the jury, that we shouldn't be testifying about manner of death in court. It's fine that we make those determinations. We have to sign a death certificate, but it doesn't necessarily translate in the courtroom. So that's what it's about, is sort of trying to figure out what information should forensic pathologists have and how should their conclusions be used.
Now, don't worry, I'm not going to go through everything on your CV. I'm picking and choosing. Couple more things. I wanted to ask you about, you have a section on page 8 titled Awards, and I wanted to ask what these were for. One is the Chief's Award of Merit from the Lakeville Police Department.
Yes, there was a horrible child abuse homicide in Lakeville many years ago, which is a small town in Minnesota, and I was the medical examiner who did the autopsy and then worked with the police, Lakeville Police, and the prosecutor to the person who was responsible for causing these injuries and the child's death was ultimately convicted, and the Lakeville police were appreciative of how well we had worked together to solve the case.
The other one that I want to ask you about is the Minnesota Medical Association Community Service Award.
So one of the other things I was involved in, this was back in 2006, was many states have very archaic laws about their coroners and medical examiners, because it's basically the same law that when the state was formed in 18 whatever, you elected your coroner and there wasn't any medical requirement. And in Minnesota, we were really trying to upgrade the level of medicine in death investigation. And so I was one of a handful of people that rewrote the Minnesota statutes, and we managed to get it passed, and the Minnesota Medical Association worked closely with us and gave me an award.
Dr. Thomas, have you testified before in court?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate in terms of how many times?
Oh, over 100 for sure.
And have you testified as a medical examiner?
Yes.
As an expert witness?
Yes.
Have you testified for the prosecution?
Yes. In fact, I would say because most of the time I testified during my career, it was in cases where I had actually done the autopsy, so I testified at the request of the prosecution.
Have you testified for the prosecution in Wisconsin?
Yes.
Whether it's for the prosecution or defense, are you paid for your time?
Yes.
What's your hourly rate?
Currently, it's $400 an hour. It used to be $300 an hour.
And is that what you get paid regardless of whether your work is for the prosecution or for the defense?
If I were hired currently by prosecution, that's what I would get paid. Previously, when I testified for the prosecution, it was in my role as medical examiner, so then I was being paid my medical examiner rate.
What were you asked to do in this case?
So in this case, I was asked to review as much of the material as was available and come to a conclusion about my opinion as to the cause and manner of Julie Jensen's death.
In order to do that, what types of materials did you review?
Well, in this case, there were a lot.
I just want to cut you off. I'm asking kind of a description, not all the details of the content.
Right. So the medical examiner's case file, so what they found at the scene, the autopsy, lots of toxicology reports, scene photographs, autopsy photographs, police reports, interviews, testimony, probably other material information, but sort of all trying to put together a picture of what happened.
Did you obtain a medical history in this case?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
By reviewing Mrs. Jensen's medical records.
Okay, and do you know how far back that dated?
What I had dated back to 1981.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 119. Now, what is Exhibit 119?
This is a letter that I wrote to the attorney at that time in 2017 with what I reviewed and my opinions.
Okay, that's, in this case, that's the report that you completed?
Yes.
You were not the medical examiner in this case.
No.
Does that mean that your work, that your review was of work done entirely by others?
Yes.
And is that something that, in your past experience, you've been in that position before?
Often, yes.
Okay, and can you explain that?
Well, as I mentioned, not all cases have an autopsy, and so I have reviewed untold numbers of medical records from other physicians to come to a conclusion about someone's cause and manner of death. And I've also, in my consulting practice, often reviewed cases where someone else did the autopsy, and it's pretty standard that forensic pathologists review other cases and use someone else's autopsy and photographs and scene photographs, and so it's pretty common.
At the conclusion of your review in this case, were you able to reach an opinion as to the exact cause of Julie Jensen's death?
No, I couldn't come up with an exact cause, though I certainly think the ethylene glycol played a significant role.
Did you reach an opinion about whether there was asphyxia from strangulation or homicidal suffocation?
It's my opinion there's no evidence of either of those, either homicidal suffocation or strangulation.
Did you reach an opinion regarding whether positional asphyxia could have occurred?
It is my opinion that positional asphyxia could have occurred if her face was in a pillow.
What is your opinion regarding whether the manner of death was a homicide?
I don't believe there's conclusive evidence that her death was a homicide.
What is your opinion regarding whether her death was a suicide?
I think there's a lot of evidence to support that her death could have been a suicide.
And all the opinions that you reached in this case, were they to that standard we talked about earlier?
Yes.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about the autopsy that was done in this case. I think you mentioned you reviewed the autopsy report, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the autopsy in this case was done in December 4th, 1998.
Yes.
And that was completed by a Dr. Michael Chambliss, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you review the photos that were taken in that case?
Yes.
Okay, and those were taken by Detective Ratsberg?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Before we get into the details of the autopsy findings, I just want to ask you about some terminology. Can you explain what postmortem lividity is?
Sure. When a person dies and their heart's no longer pumping, so the blood is no longer circulating through their body, the blood settles. And where it settles is totally dependent on gravity. So if someone dies on their back, then the blood will settle on the posterior aspect of the body, both internally and externally. And likewise, or if someone dies on their stomach, then the blood will settle anteriorly. And if there's pressure in a certain area, then the blood won't go there because the vessels are collapsed from the external pressure. So if someone is lying on their back, their shoulder blades might be sort of pushing into the floor, and so when you roll them to look at the lividity, there would be areas of paleness where their shoulder blades are, for example.
Okay. Can you explain what postmortem artifact is?
So postmortem artifact is a change that occurs after death that can look like something else. So probably a really good example is postmortem lividity, because once the blood is no longer circulating, it's not red, so the skin doesn't have sort of a pink tone to it. It looks bluish, and so where the lividity has settled, the vessels look congested, and it can look like a bruise because it's darker color than the normal skin tone. So that would be an example of a postmortem artifact. Or depending on how the death occurred, there may be sort of a terminal event that can result in some kind of finding that doesn't tell us anything useful about how the death occurred. It's something that can be seen in multiple different kinds of deaths. And so, for example, petechiae, little hemorrhages, depending where they're located, they may be significant. If they're in the face or the eye, that might suggest neck compression. But if they're found internally, it has less meaning. It may just be what's called a postmortem artifact, or a change that happens around the time of death or after death.
And is the word congestion the same as postmortem lividity?
Yes, that's right. It is. The vessels get filled with blood in certain areas, and it looks congested.
Okay. And what might that look like on a photo or at autopsy?
Well, it could look like an area of hemorrhage. As I mentioned, that's certainly a common concern when we find these areas of congestion. Is it hemorrhage? Is it just postmortem lividity that is accentuated because of the position of the body? And of course, the other thing about hemorrhage is you have no idea when it occurred. So you can't tell by looking, did this happen at the time of death, shortly before death, or hours ago?
As I ask you about the findings of the autopsy, do you need a copy of the autopsy in front of you?
No, I have my notes.
Okay.
Thank you.
The autopsy report indicates little or no rigor, legs and neck and body still slightly warm. You saw that?
Yes.
What, if anything, does that mean to you?
Well, rigor mortis is the stiffness that develops after death. The body cools after death. So if a body is still slightly warm and has, I think it was a little rigor, is that, or how?
Little or no?
Yeah, little or no. So that suggests that the death has occurred recently, so within a number of hours. There's so many variables you can't say, oh, well, if this amount of rigor is here, then it was 1.5 hours. You can't do that, unfortunately. But we can say if the body's still warm and there's a little bit of rigor, then they haven't been dead for 12 hours or something, 8 hours, something like that.
Okay. The report notes hemorrhage of the mucosa of the hypopharyngeal muscles on the upper back of the thyroid cartilage of the larynx near the ariplegmatic folds.
Yes.
What is that, and what does it mean to you?
So it means that there was either hemorrhage, bleeding, or congestion from, postmortem lividity in a very remote part of the kind of inside back of the throat. And it's a not uncommon finding at autopsy. It can be caused by someone having a terminal seizure. It's been described in all different kinds of situations. It can be related to the posture. With all of these, we wish it were like, oh, you find this, then this is what happened. But this is one of the many things where you find it and you're like, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Okay. Petechiae in the lung and pericardial sac. What is that, and what does it mean to you?
So petechiae are little tiny areas of hemorrhage, and as I mentioned earlier, depending on the location, they may be really significant. If someone has petechiae in the whites of their eyes, that is a common finding in strangulation. But in the chest, it could be associated with positional asphyxia. It could be associated just with the body posture and that it's accentuated just postmortem lividity, and because of the pressure of the vessels, they're very fragile in these locations, and so you get little areas of rupture. It doesn't tell me much. It's kind of sometimes you see that sort of thing.
So sometimes you see petechiae. Is the location of the petechiae in this case significant at all?
Not really, because she's found in a prone position, and so there would be more pressure on the anterior organs like the heart and lungs. So.
The report notes that regarding the neck, that the small and large strap muscles show no sign of injury. What does that mean to you?
So that's one of those things that if there's no hemorrhage or injury, then it doesn't tell me anything. But if there is hemorrhage in the front muscles of the neck, that's very suspicious for a strangulation. Someone has put their hand or a ligature in that area and caused direct trauma to the muscles of the front of the neck.
Dr. Chambliss, his autopsy report notes that there's no damage to the larynx. What does that mean?
Well, again, if there's no damage, there's no damage. But that actually is significant if the concern is strangulation, because the larynx is, your Adam's apple, and the other structures in the neck, the hyoid bone is right above it. And that is often fractured or broken in strangulation. So when it's not, that is supportive of there not being strangulation.
Could you see damage to that area from pressure on the neck?
Yes, if someone is doing, say, a chokehold or, some sort of firm pressure, a foot or something like that.
Dr. Chambliss noted that that the urinary bladder was distended with 150 cc's of urine. First off, is that a lot of urine?
No.
Is that a little amount? I guess what I'm asking is the same thing I've been asking is what does this mean to you?
Right. So it's probably about this amount of urine. Well, what it tells me is she was still making urine and that her bladder wasn't overly full, so she hadn't been lying there in an unconscious state for a prolonged period of time. And because the history was that she'd been drinking a lot of water, I would expect that her bladder would have more liquid in it. And since it didn't, that would suggest that she'd been able to get up and empty her bladder at some point, at some time prior to her death.
The report notes an external injury of bruises on the right buttock. What do you take from that?
Well, it means there was a bump to the right buttock at some point. She either stumbled into something or, ran into the edge of something or, again, as I said with bruising, it really doesn't tell us much because we don't know when it happened.
That's what I was going to ask. Is there a way, an accurate way to look at a bruise and know when that occurred?
So what we say is if a bruise, and you can picture when you've had bruises, it's sort of red and blue and purple, and then it eventually turns kind of yellow and green. So what we say is if a bruise has yellow or green, then that means it had to have at least been X number of hours old. It didn't just happen around the time of death. But that's about all we can say. If it's a blue or purple or red bruise, the studies that have been done have shown that there's a very poor correlation between the estimate that a physician gives of a bruise or looks at and the actual dating of the bruise. So, no. If there had been microscopic sections taken, that might have said, oh, well, if there was inflammation, then you could say, well, it has to have been more than 4 hours before death or 8 hours before death or something like that. But even that is so variable.
There's a bruise on her right shin. Does that mean anything to you?
No, that's probably the most common place that we all get bruises. I don't know about you, but every time I leave the dishwasher door open and then go to take something to the kitchen, it's like, oh, ouch, I wish I hadn't done that. So, no, that's just really a nonspecific.
There's a superficial, this is described as a superficial yellow, slightly curved abrasion over the right side of front of her neck. What do you take from that?
Well, the description that it's yellow-brown either means, as I mentioned, it's older and it's healing, or it's just a area of drying of the skin, which can happen after death when you're no longer having this blood flow that keeps your skin moist. So I think Dr. Chambliss described it as perimortem, meaning that he wasn't sure did this occur shortly before death or at death or after death. And certainly when people are moving bodies that are dead, there can be artifactual injuries that are inflicted just because it's kind of hard to move a body.
You've seen the scene photos of that included Julie Jensen in the bed, right?
Yes.
And did you see photos of her face?
Yes.
Was there anything about her eyes that struck you as notable?
No. And the description was she didn't have any petechiae or little hemorrhages in her eyes. She has some discoloration that is just a postmortem change.
That's a common thing to see.
Very common, yes.
What about her nose?
I didn't notice anything.
Okay, and the report at autopsy indicates what?
Dr. Chambliss didn't say anything about her nose.
Okay. The gastric contents were noted to contain 660 milliliters of, I want to be sure I describe it right, of, well, there were 660 milliliters of gastric contents, and he identified it as containing what he thought were specks of potato and pepper, right?
Right.
What does this mean to you?
Well, 660 is a pretty large volume for a stomach. So it tells me that at some point prior to her death, she had eaten that amount and obviously hadn't vomited it out. So either she ate it and then didn't vomit until her death, or she ate something, vomited, and then ate again. But what it tells me is between the time she ate this and her death, it stayed in her stomach.
I want to ask you about what's noted in the autopsy report as a soft tissue hemorrhage to the ribs. Did you see that in the autopsy report?
Yes.
And you've looked at the photos at autopsy.
Yes.
And how do you interpret those photos and the description in the autopsy report?
Well, from the photos, it's really hard to tell, I think. I mean, we didn't have digital photographs in those days, and now we're pretty spoiled because, you know, at the time you take a picture, how good the lighting is, and then they would just take pictures and hope for the best. And I don't think these photos are really good enough to make a great analysis. But there is an area of either hemorrhage or congestion where it's a little bit darker. So it doesn't tell me much. I mean, she was lying on her left side, so I would expect there would be more congestion and lividity on that side. So,
Would it be unusual if somebody had died lying on their left side to not see lividity?
that would be very unusual.
Objection. Counsel's leading the witness.
Let's just rephrase it and we'll go on. Go ahead.
Okay, I mean, she answered it, so
She answered it? Well, then let's go. We'll continue.
I'll move on.
Thank you.
I want to show you a photo that's been shown in this courtroom multiple times, and this is the autopsy photo, and it's overlaid with the photo of Julie Jensen in the bed.
Madam Clerk, can you turn on my computer?
Could you turn this one on?
Thank you.
Thank you. Opposed is what Mr. Jamboys would like me to say.
Is it clicked?
Have you seen both of these pictures before?
Yes.
Are you aware that Dr. Chambliss has drawn a correlation between the positioning of her arm and what he described as the hemorrhage on the ribs?
Yes.
Okay. And can you walk me through with this picture of what you see and what just, I guess, in terms of especially the upper left photo of you've described what hemorrhage might be, you've described what congestion might be. Can you walk me through where you might see that in this picture?
Well,
I can move my cursor.
oh, that
if
would be
you
helpful.
Tell me.
Yes. So what makes this interpretation challenging, I think, is if you look at all of the ribs, they're all dark on that side compared to the ribs on the other side. So that, to me, fits with, well, yeah, that's postmortem lividity. That's where the blood settled. On the uppermost rib, there is towards the center, so up towards the top. Yeah, there. There is an area that's slightly darker, and maybe that's the, let's see, he describes it as over the left ribs. Maybe that's what he's referring to as hemorrhage, and where her arm is would sort of be in that area. So to me, it just seems like, well, there could be extra congestion on either side of her arm because of the pressure there. You wouldn't expect lividity. So, I mean, it just, to me, sort of corresponds with, well, yeah, that's the position she was found, so that fits. But it doesn't really tell me anything about how that happened, because it also could have been that she bumped into something earlier.
Okay. So it could be postmortem lividity?
Yes.
And at the lower ribs, and I want to be sure I'm understanding you, and that's why I'm asking this way, the lower ribs appear dark as well.
Yes. So they also look congested.
Do they seem as dark as the upper ribs?
Well, except for that maybe small part on the upper rib that is darkest, they all kind of look dark. I mean, it's the challenge to me of the photograph and the lighting.
Okay. Let me take it off. Did you review the toxicology reports that were available in this case?
Yes.
What, if anything, was significant to you about those reports?
Well, obviously the most significant is the presence of ethylene glycol, because that is an unexpected finding and certainly likely to cause someone's death. And I think other significant findings were the presence of zolpidem, paroxetine, diphenhydramine, and chlorodiazepoxide. And those are all, none of them were in high levels, some of them were in very low levels, but those are all potentially sedating drugs. So I would think in combination with the toxic effects of the ethylene glycol could certainly result in her, if she ended up face down in a pillow, it might have been hard for her to wake herself up enough to get into a safe breathing position.
Do you know from your studies in this case what forms those medications were in?
Well, most of them are in pill form, and that's my understanding in this case was they were in pill form.
And how are pills ingested?
by swallowing. You take some water or some other liquid and then swallow it.
And in your training and experience, do you have any opinion as to how a person could be forced to swallow pills?
So I really struggle with how you would do that in an adult. It's, adults have teeth. They will protect their airway. So even if someone could force a pill into someone's mouth, I don't know how you could then force them to swallow it. And if somehow you did, I would think that the person would cough or gag or choke or possibly inhale the pill or pill fragments rather than just swallow it, because if they're struggling to breathe at the same time, they might inhale the pill. And then you'd have to give the person water to get them to drink the pill, and then I would expect there'd be water all over the place, because if the person didn't want to swallow, they would spit it out. So the challenge, if we talk specifically about this case, is there was no evidence of water on the bed. There was no evidence that she had inhaled or aspirated any stomach contents or pill fragments or anything like that. So not only can I not really imagine how you do it, I don't see that there's any evidence of that in this case.
You testified earlier when I was asking you about your opinions, that it was your opinion that there was no definitive evidence for asphyxia from strangulation or homicidal suffocation, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the claim made by Aaron Dillard in this case?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of what Aaron Dillard has claimed?
That Mr. Jensen got on Mrs. Jensen's back and forced her neck and head into a pillow until she stopped breathing.
Is there, whether it be scene or autopsy findings, scene photos or autopsy findings, that you would expect in your training and experience to see based on that description?
So first, I would think if someone is sort of violently sitting on someone else's back and putting pressure, you might see injuries on the back. But I think even more if you're pushing a face into a pillow and the person is resisting, you would see, maybe abrasions or scrapes, something from the nose rubbing, or in people with teeth, you would see injury to the inside of the lips, because as the person there's pressure and they're, rubbing this way, your teeth are going to scrape the inside of the lips. So there's sort of that aspect of what you might find on the body. Furthermore, if someone has a full stomach and they're lying face down and someone, adult-sized person, climbs on their back, I would expect, especially if they're, a little sedated from whatever medications and ethylene glycol, that they would regurgitate, that food would be forced out of their stomach, and they might inhale it, or it for sure would be on the bedding. And again, in this case, there was no evidence of fluid or stomach contents on the bedding or in the lungs.
Does the credibility of a witness have a role in your assessment of a claim?
Well, yes.
And what is your understanding of Aaron Dillard's credibility?
That he has some real issues with his credibility, I think would be a fair way to put it.
You also testified earlier that it was your opinion that there are many reasons to believe that Julie Jensen's death was a suicide.
Yes.
What are those reasons?
So I think, first of all, Mrs. Jensen had a history of depression and other psychiatric issues that, in her case, dated back at least until 1990. And then she also had a very significant family history of mental health issues with her mother and brother. And she'd been in counseling before. She'd been on antidepressant. So in terms of when we look at what are risk factors for someone dying by suicide, one of the major ones is, well, do they have a psychiatric history of depression, things like that. Secondly, she had been diagnosed in September by Dr. Borman with depression of 1998. So not only historically, but more recently. And then 2 days before her death, she saw Dr. Borman. And to me, this is the most significant, because Dr. Borman is a trained physician. He's known Mrs. Jensen for many, many years. He's seen her through all kinds of life experiences, and he was very concerned about her that day. He described her as frantic and distraught and just more upset than he had ever seen her. He'd never seen her like that. She was worried about her marriage and losing her children, and that she would become an alcoholic like her mother. And she just, she was in tears, and he diagnosed her with depression and anxiety and marital problems, and prescribed Paxil, which is paroxetine. And he was very concerned. He recommended that she get follow-up with a counselor and come back and see him, because he was very concerned about her. So there's sort of that historical information that makes me think suicide is a very strong possibility. I think also, when we look at the history of what Mrs. Jensen did in her last couple of days, if in fact she had been concerned that someone was trying to poison her, I would think when she spoke with a friend on the phone the day of her death and had communication with other people the day before, that she would say, I need help, I don't feel well, I think someone's trying to poison me. And the phone was right by the bed. And as far as we can tell, she made no effort to reach out and get help. And so I think that suggests that she did not, in fact, want to be rescued, and which would make me think that she had done this in an intentional way. So those are kind of the history and scene information that make me think that.
And do you have an opinion as to whether Julie Jensen's death was a homicide?
I see that there's no conclusive evidence that her death was a homicide.
And again, an opinion as to whether her death was a suicide?
Well, I think there are many reasons to believe that it was a suicide. I think there's evidence to support that.
Are all the opinions that you've given to us this morning to that reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
If nothing else.
Are you going to do the cross, Mr. Jambois?
Yes, Your Honor. So, Dr. Thomas, I'm going to ask you about some terms and see if you can tell us your understanding of their connection, if any, with this case, okay?
Okay.
So let's start with IDLY. Familiar with that term?
IDLY.
Yes.
Like idly?
Well, actually, like IDLY, I do love you. Are you familiar with that term at all?
I'm not.
You don't know anything about that.
I do not, no.
You know, I'm looking at this list of things that it was Attorney Deja Vishny. She was the attorney representing Mark Jensen.
Yes.
She sent you a whole bunch of stuff, right?
Yes.
But she didn't send you anything that contained the terms IDLY, I do love you.
Boy, not that I remember. I mean, I may have just read it as idly and thought, oh, it's just a word.
You know, everybody in the jury knows exactly what I'm talking about, but you didn't know what I was talking about.
My husband and I don't use that phrase with each other.
What about IWY? Are you familiar with that term?
IWY.
IWY.
No.
No. And the jury all knows that means I want you, but you didn't know that, did you?
Again, no, not part of my vocabulary.
Because of the information that the defense attorney did not send to you, apparently.
Oh, she may well have said it, and I just rolled right over it.
Oh, I think you would have remembered this. But what about IMY? Does that mean anything to you?
It just,
No, not
it
at all.
doesn't.
It
No.
stands for I miss you. The whole jury knows that. I miss
Wow.
you. Okay. Oh, well, then let's go to warm Irish eyes. Did you ever hear the term warm Irish eyes?
Well, probably in songs that my father sang.
Oh, no, but I mean in connection to this case.
Oh, warm Irish eyes. Is that another term of endearment they used with each other?
No, but the jury knows what it is, but you don't.
Well, the jury has heard a lot.
Yes, apparently they've heard a lot more than you have about this case, right?
That is entirely possible.
So what about turtle? Have you ever heard the term turtle in connection with this case?
No,
See, again, the jury knows all about the term turtle. You didn't know about that?
I did not. No.
What about a years-long campaign of sadistic, humiliating harassment and emotional torture directed against Julie Jensen? Did you hear about that?
I did.
Did you learn or did you know that it was almost certain that it was Mark Jensen that was doing that?
I knew that was the theory, yes.
So you didn't know how Warm Irish Eyes and Turtle connects up to establishing that Mark Jensen's the person that did that.
I do not know.
What about Ed Klug? Have you heard the name Ed Klug?
Yes.
Tell me about Ed Klug.
My understanding is he was a co-worker of Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, that's it? That's all you know is that he was a coworker of Ed Jensen?
Well, and that he made some statements many years after the fact.
But that Ed Klug made statements many years after the fact.
Yes.
What were those statements that he made many years after the fact?
That Mark Jensen had told him he was thinking of killing his wife.
And were you aware that Ed Klug indicated that Mark Jensen had told him that there was this drug that they don't look for at autopsy that crystallizes you from the inside out?
Yes.
And you heard that Ed Klug had just made this statement years after this incident occurred.
Yes, and all of that.
Are you familiar with the name Joanne Klug?
I presume that's a relative of Mr. Krug's.
Well, at the time that Ed Klug was talking about this in 2007, Joanne Klug was his wife.
Okay.
Okay. And now, today, these days, they've been divorced for many years. You didn't know that?
I was not aware of the Klug's marital history, no.
Did you know that Joanne Klug confirms that on November 7th, 1998, Ed Klug was telling her that Mark Jensen was talking about killing his wife? Were you aware of that?
That does sound familiar, yes.
So it's not statements that he made years later. It's also about statements that he made pretty much as they were occurring, as Mark Jensen was telling him these things. Were you aware of that?
Well, when did Mrs. Klug come forward with those statements?
Oh, in 2007. But she was testifying that Ed Klug had been telling her about this in November of 2007. Were you aware of that?
So it was long after the fact.
I'm sorry, Ed Klug was telling her about this in November of 1998. So,
But her testimony was well after the fact.
that's true.
Okay.
But can you think of any reason why Joanne Klug would come in and lie to this jury about a conversation that she'd had with her husband in November 7th of 1998?
Probably not intentionally, but, I don't know where I was on November 7th, 1998.
Well, I bet if your spouse called you from a hotel room and told you, I'm sitting down with these other guys and we're wife bashing, and he's talking about murdering his wife with antifreeze, I bet you'd remember that conversation, wouldn't you?
Maybe.
What about the name Ted Voigt? Does that ring any bells?
I believe that was their neighbor.
Yes. Do you remember what Julie Jensen had been telling Ted Voigt in the weeks preceding her death?
That she was concerned that Mark was going to kill her or poison her.
that Mark was going to poison her, and that he was chasing around trying to get her to drink things? Do you remember him testifying
Yes.
about? Do you remember Ted Voigt testifying that Mark Jensen was pressuring Julie Jensen to go to the doctor?
Yes.
What about Paul Griffin? Are you familiar with that name?
Paul Griffin. I'm not sure.
Well, would it surprise you to know that Paul Griffin is Julie Jensen's brother?
Ah, yes, right.
And that Paul Griffin testified that he didn't know his mother was an alcoholic while he was living at home, right up to the time that he was 18. Were you aware of that?
I did not know that.
He did not become aware that his mother was an alcoholic until she'd collapsed at Julie and Mark's wedding. Were you aware of that?
I was not aware that she collapsed at the wedding.
And Paul Griffin describes a very nearly idyllic family life with his parents and with Julie and his siblings. Were you aware of that?
So it's not surprising. Different children have different perspectives.
Yeah. What about David Thompson? Are you familiar with David Thompson?
That name does sound familiar.
Do you know that David Thompson was the person that Mark Jensen conspired with to remove Ed Klug from the picture before the second hearing in this matter?
I knew they had spoken in custody, but I was not aware of that.
Were you
Or
aware
I'd
that?
forgotten if I was aware.
Were you aware that the jury heard the telephone conversations where David Thompson was talking to his daughter's mother about picking up some money from Florence Jensen, Mark Jensen's mother? Were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware that there were phone conversations between Mark Jensen, and the jury heard these conversations, phone conversations between Mark Jensen and Kelly Jensen, she's now his wife, about getting $500 to his parents twice? You didn't know about that?
I knew that there was a relationship there, but I didn't know the details of conversations.
Well, this isn't so much about the relationship. It's about the facilitation of the kidnapping, the abducting of Ed Klug so he couldn't testify at the second hearing. So you weren't aware of this phone conversation where Mark Jensen was talking to his wife to set in motion this scheme to kidnap, to abduct, and to hold Ed Klug so he couldn't testify at the second hearing? You weren't aware of that?
I was not.
You weren't aware of Mark Jensen's phone calls with his mom where he's laughing about how David used to sit on Doug and, sometimes kids have the best ideas? You weren't aware about that?
No.
You weren't aware about the conversation with Florence Jensen where Mark Jensen was asking her if she picked up the money yet from Kim, Kim being the mother of David Thompson's daughter? You didn't know about that?
No.
You didn't know about the conversation where Mark Jensen actually talked to Kim to confirm that everything's going according to plan? You didn't know about that?
No.
Doesn't that sound like Mark Jensen actually was very interested in getting Ed Klug taken out of the picture so he couldn't testify at the second hearing? Doesn't that seem like a reasonable inference to be drawn?
If all of that is true, I would defer to you on that.
The jury heard these conversations.
Well, then I will trust them to make a decision about the
Okay.
validity of that.
What about Kelly Labonte? Did you hear the name Kelly Labonte?
Yes?
Kelly Greenman?
Yes, I believe that's the same person.
Yes, and Kelly Jensen?
Yes.
But you hadn't heard about Kelly Labonte in connection with IDLY, IWY, or IMY.
No.
Ruth Forwald. Do you remember Ruth Forwald's name?
I don't think so. Remind me.
Well, Ruth Forwald was a neighbor and friend of Julie's who testified that Julie was a warm and loving and devoted mother, that her children were everything to her,
Yes, that is my understanding that Julie was.
and that she saw her in October and November, and that Julie seemed to be just fine, just the normal way Julie normally was.
Yes.
And that she also saw her in the mid-November. She was when Julie had brought Douglas to a birthday party for, I think it was Ruth Vorwald's son. And there was photographs, and Julie looks fine with Douglas at that point. You weren't aware of that?
Wow. What I'm struggling with is, I think what we know about mental illness is.
I'm just asking if you saw that photograph.
I did not, but people go to great lengths to conceal it.
Oh, so you're surmising that Julie Jensen went to great lengths to conceal her depression? Is that what you're saying?
That is certainly a possibility, because her physician, who is much more trained in analyzing these sorts of things, diagnosed her with depression.
Yes, and the physician also testified, Dr. Borman also testified in this case, and
Yes.
he testified to all of the things he didn't know when he saw Julie Jensen on December 1st and when he saw Mark Jensen on December 2nd. He testified to all of the things he didn't know.
Sure.
Like, he didn't know that Julie had expressed deep concern to her next-door neighbor and Fred Ted Voigt that she believed her husband was trying to kill her. He didn't know that at the time.
And yet she specifically denied that to Dr. Borman.
And you think she specifically denied that she
Well,
talked
that
to Ted
there
Voigt?
was a risk of homicide or suicide, or that she felt unsafe.
She did specifically say that she would never commit suicide because of her children, right?
Right. Many people say that.
But she didn't say anything about her disclosures to Ted Voigt, did she?
No.
And you do understand that when Julie Jensen was talking to Ted Voigt, she'd expressed concern about these things that she was finding. She didn't know if it reflected that Mark Jensen was intending to kill her, or if Mark Jensen was intending to plant this stuff around the house to make her think that he was trying to kill her, and then she would go do something stupid, and he'd use that to make her look crazy and take her children away. You didn't know about that conundrum, or that this problem that Julie had in deciding what to do?
Well, I knew she was concerned about maybe looking crazy and getting the children taken away. I know she was concerned about that.
So don't you think that if she had told Dr. Borman on December 1st, I think my husband's trying to kill me, Dr. Borman might feel inclined to report that to the police?
Yes.
And have her investigated, and then Mark Jensen could get rid of all the evidence, and then she'd look crazy. And just as Julie thought, Mark Jensen would use that to take her children away. Do you see how Julie might think that?
I'm sorry, Julie might think.
That Mark Jensen was trying to make her look crazy, maybe trying to drive her crazy. Can you see why she might think that?
With respect to her visit to Dr. Borman?
With respect to the way that her husband had been treating her from 1992 through 1998, Julie, when she was receiving all these hang-up phone calls and these horrific photos that were being left around the house, Mark Jensen kept telling her it was Perry Tariqa. That's what Mark Jensen was telling her. But do you know what the police were telling her? The police were telling her that it was Mark Jensen that was doing that. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Were you aware that Julie and Mark had hired a private detective to look into this, and the private detective told Julie there was almost certainly Mark that was doing this? Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And were you aware that after Julie's death and just before this trial, in fact, the state discovered this evidence about Turtle? And so now we'll talk about Turtle a little bit. Were you aware that Mark Jensen created an email? It was from Mark Jensen to Mark Jensen. And then he attached to that email all these revolting pornographic penis photos. Were you aware of that?
I did not know the specifics about the penis photos.
You didn't know that Mark Jensen had created an email, it was from himself to himself, with all these penis photos, and that he then made it look like it came from Turtle to Julie Jensen. You weren't aware of that?
Oh, that does ring a bell, that it came from somewhere else. Yes.
Well, that's the Warm Irish. You might be thinking of Warm Irish Eyes. Warm Irish Eyes was when Mark Jensen was supervising Barry Peterson, and as a consequence had access to all of Barry Peterson's emails and his internet history on his work computer. Were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware that Barry Peterson was a single man and he was on a dating site, and Mark Jensen became aware of that? Were you aware of that?
No.
And were you aware that Mark Jensen then created a series of emails making it look like, to Barry Peterson, making it look like it was from Warm Irish Eyes? Were you aware of that?
If I was, I've forgotten.
Very similar to what he did with Turtle to Julie Jensen. And in these warm Irish eyes emails, he was sending penis photos to Barry Peterson with questions like, is yours bigger than this? You weren't aware of that?
Well, I knew there were issues with penis photos,
Well,
but I didn't know the details.
so, well, when the defense attorney sent you the records in this case, she didn't send you the details about the penis photos in Mark Jensen's work computer?
You know, if she did, I've forgotten.
Were you aware that Mark Jensen had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of penis photos in his work computer? Were you aware of that?
Yes, I was aware there were a lot of penis photos.
Were you aware that these photos are being left around the house were penis photos? Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Were you aware that the private investigator had expressed the view that whoever was leaving these penis photos around had a large collection of pornography to select from? Were you aware of that?
I don't understand the logic there.
You don't, okay. We'll go back to Julie Jensen receiving all these penis photos around the house and being very distressed and upset about that. You were aware of that. She was
Yes.
distressed and upset. She
Yes.
called the police several times. You were aware of that.
Yes,
She had police conduct investigations. You were aware of that.
yes.
But you weren't aware of the fact that Mark Jensen is the one that was doing all that stuff.
Well, I'm aware that that's what the police thought, yes.
Well, what if I were to tell you that there's very significant evidence that's been presented in the course of this trial that would lead any reasonable, conscious person to come to the conclusion that Mark Jensen was doing this from 1992 through August of 1998? If you accept that as the proposition that, hypothetically, that Mark Jensen was emotionally and psychologically gaslighting and torturing his wife for years and years and years before her death, would you consider that a relevant factor in determining whether or not Mark Jensen had the motive to murder his wife?
So I'm kind of struggling with all of the factors here.
Well, I'll do them one at a time.
Let her finish, I think.
Well, I mean, I guess, look, you're asking me as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
So, you know, as a forensic pathologist, when I think about my training and experience and review of the medical literature, I'm not aware of a correlation between pornography and killing your wife.
I'm not talking about somebody being interested in pornography. I'm talking about somebody emotionally, psychologically, sadistically torturing his wife for years and years and years, and then she ends up dead. As a forensic pathologist, you don't consider that history relevant to the determination, the distinction between murder and suicide?
So murder, of course, is a legal term, not a medical term. We would use the term homicide, which means death at the hands of another. And I think that the problem I have here is that all of that information is not anything that can be proven medically in terms of my interpretation of the findings. So what I try and do is correlate the history with the findings, and I'm just sort of struggling with this. I mean, maybe, but I just don't know.
Well, in fact, Doctor, you did testify that when you are working with law enforcement, you look at past history, the terminal events, and the crime scene, right?
Yes.
So the past history is what I'm talking about here.
Okay, yeah.
So the past history is something you look at when you're working with law enforcement in Wisconsin and Minnesota, correct?
Yes.
Now, in terms of looking at the past history, if you're working with a prosecutor and a law enforcement agency that excluded all of the evidence that was consistent with suicide or accident and only gave you the evidence that's consistent with homicide, would you consider that to be a trustworthy entity to be working with?
No, that would be very biased.
Yes, and so that might, and if they did that to you, then that might make any conclusions you had as to cause and manner of death, it might cause that opinion to be suspect because you had not been provided all of the information. Isn't that true?
Well, I think to get back to what I said earlier, the use of manner of death by forensic pathologists obviously is based on the information we have, but it's not, we don't have access to all of the information that the jury has heard, and we don't make conclusions beyond a reasonable doubt. So I would really differentiate between my conclusions and the role of the jury.
But you did indicate that, I mean, you received a past award for working with law enforcement and helping them solve a crime,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
So if you worked with a law enforcement agency and a prosecutor who systematically excluded from your consideration evidence that's consistent with the disfavored manner of death, such as suicide, from the prosecutor's perspective, suicide or accident or something, they've systematically excluded anything that could suggest an accident or a suicide and only fed you information that was consistent with a homicide. That could adversely affect the reliability of your opinion, couldn't it?
Well, and that's why it's so important that the medical examiner and coroner have an independent investigation. That certainly there is a law enforcement perspective that if they think something's a homicide, then they're looking at it from that angle. So that's why it's important to look at more information than just is provided from one source.
And you are aware that at the second hearing, the medical examiner in this county was Dr. Mary Mainland, correct?
Yes.
Had you ever heard of Dr. Mary Mainland before?
I had not, no.
You are aware that she's a board-certified forensic pathologist?
Yes.
And you understand that she, after leaving the Kenosha County Medical Examiner's office, she then went to Florida, and she became the chief medical examiner in a large entity. I forget the name of the county. It was where Tampa, Florida is located.
Yes.
So she's an accomplished, highly regarded forensic pathologist, just as you are. Mm-hmm. And were you aware that Dr. Shamliss is the person that actually performed the autopsy in this case?
Yes.
And at the time that he performed the autopsy, he was the Waukesha County Medical Examiner. Were you aware of that?
I knew he wasn't the medical examiner for this county. I knew he came from a nearby county.
Yeah, we brought him in from Waukesha County, and there's testimony. He was the chief medical examiner for Waukesha County.
Okay.
And he was the forensic pathologist for Waukesha County.
Okay.
And then he went to Fresno, California, where he was the a medical examiner and a forensic pathologist in Fresno, California for many, 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 many years. So were you aware of that?
Yes.
Now, you've talked about the problem with the photograph that, Counsel, can I have the tab, please? You talked about the problem with the photograph that was taken, there's testimony that's taken by Detective Ratsberg. Now, you are aware that at the time that Dr. Shamliss performed the autopsy on the body of Julie Jensen, he was a board-certified forensic pathologist.
Yes.
And he had years and years of experience as a board-certified forensic pathologist.
Yes.
And you were aware that he's conducted thousands and thousands and thousands of autopsies.
Yes.
And would you agree that Dr. Shamliss, of all the forensic pathologists who've looked at this case, that he had the best view of the ribs of Julie Jensen at autopsy?
Yes.
It's not a very good photograph with that Detective Ratsberg took at the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
You would expect a better photograph to be taken by somebody who did that for a living, was just worked in the medical examiner's office and took forensic photographs at autopsy. You'd expect a better photograph, right?
Ideally, yes, but as I say, this was a while ago.
Yeah,
so.
and, we worked with what we had.
Exactly.
So you agree that Dr. Shamliss had a much better view of these rib injuries than you did?
Well, of the hemorrhage on the rib, yes.
Yeah, well, hemorrhage is bruising, right?
Well, it may be, or it may just be leakage from the position of the body.
Well, he didn't describe it as that. He described it as hemorrhaging, correct?
Yes, yes.
And he offered an opinion to reasonable medical certainty that it was perimortem, in other words, at the time of death.
Well, perimortem means around the time of death, so it could be before, during, or after.
He testified after looking at Aaron Dillard's statement that it was his opinion to reasonable medical certainty that Julie Jensen died due to complications from ethylene glycol poisoning and terminal asphyxia. That was his opinion. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
And Dr. Shamliss had the best view of all the physicians who've looked at this case. He had the best view of the ribs of Julie Jensen, correct?
Yes.
Now, yes, would you pull that here? Jen, could you fix it so that her computer's connected to the computer, to the television system? So Dr. Thomas, looking at this crime scene photo, I'm going to need to use the cursor for a second. You can see the way Julie Jensen's, I better speak in the microphone. You can see the way that Julie Jensen's arm is splayed beneath her on this mattress, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell by looking at the mattress the way it kind of leans in there? It does appear that it's kind of leaning in there. Like when you lay on a mattress, if you lay on a really firm mattress, the mattress has hardly any give. But this mattress seems to have some give, doesn't it?
The sheet looks wrinkled.
Yeah. And now, would it surprise you to learn that Mark Jensen told Detective Ratzberg that he rolled Julie into that position? Were you aware of that?
Yes, that she had been moved after she was initially found.
No.
That he rolled her.
Okay, what Detective Ratzberg, or what Mark Jensen told Detective Ratzberg is that Julie was sleeping on her back and she was gasping for air, so he rolled her on her side. That Mark Jensen rolled
earlier in the day.
Yes, that he rolled her on her side. So you're aware of that?
Yes, yes.
And you're aware that Mark Jensen told Detective Ratzberg that when he came home, he found her just exactly like that, exactly the way he'd left her.
Yes, although he also moved her a little. So I don't know if this photo accurately, exactly reflects the way she was when he found her.
Well,
but I assume it's close. I mean,
yeah,
I
and
assume.
it is the way this arm was located here. That is consistent with, by the way, you were aware that there was some rigor mortis in the arm at the time of Dave Wilkinson responding as a paramedic, correct?
Yes, yes, that there was some rigor.
You saw this crime scene photo?
Yes.
And you see the way Julie's nose is pushed off to one side and her mouth seems to be pushed off to one side?
Yes, that's totally consistent with the position she was found in.
And that's when you were talking about positional asphyxia, you're indicating that that positional asphyxia could have been a contributing factor to Julie's death?
Right.
So in addition to the ethylene glycol poisoning?
Right. If her face was if her airway was obstructed by the pillow.
But you indicated that, no, you don't think it's consistent, however, with manual asphyxiation. In other words, with Mark Jensen sitting on Julie. Now go back to the other photograph. It's not consistent with Mark Jensen sitting on Julie's back, shoving her face into a pillow until she stopped breathing. It's not consistent with that.
Right, because of the stomach, primarily.
Well, And you would have said and the person is resisting, so the person would have been resisting.
Well, you would think so, yes.
Unless, of course, the person was unconscious.
Right, right.
So
in which case they wouldn't be able to protect their airway very well, and so they might regurgitate and inhale.
Well, let's take a look at this photo again of the Julie at the crime scene, and so looking at the way Julie's laying here like this, if Mark Jensen sat on her right there, and then shoved her face into the pillow, is there anything about her condition right here that would be inconsistent with terminal asphyxia? In other words, him asphyxiating her, sitting on her rib cage right where her lungs are, and shoving her face in the pillow. Is there anything about this scene that's inconsistent with that scenario?
Well, as I mentioned, if you look at the photo on the top, you can see below the rib cage there's this enormous stomach.
Yes.
And I think if there was pressure on the chest and abdomen, that there would be regurgitation of something from that enlarged stomach. And there wasn't any described.
You know, he didn't say he sat on the abdomen. He said he sat on the chest, right where the lungs are. He sat up. Now the lungs are up here, and the stomach is down here, right? And
the stomach actually is right underneath the rib cage. Furthermore, I assume Mr. Jensen is an adult, and unless you just stand on the chest, if you're actually kneeling on the chest, there is going to be some pressure on the mid-back, which is over the abdomen.
Oh, nobody said he kneeled on the back. He said he sat on her. He said he got on her back. He sat on her. So let's say
so
he
even more
sat on her back and shoved it using his left arm, shoved her face into the pillow. You're saying that scenario is inconsistent with that description of her death?
Well, just the aspect of nothing came out of her stomach. That's
okay.
My problem with that scenario.
Okay. So you think in each and every instance, when there's a manual asphyxiation like that, where somebody's sitting on somebody's chest, they're going to regurgitate?
Not 100%.
So let's assume that Mark Jensen comes back into the bedroom. Hypothetically assume this. He comes back into the bedroom and she's still breathing. Correct? You with me?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And let's assume that he promised his children earlier that morning that if mommy wasn't better, we'll take her to the ambulance, we'll take her to the hospital.
Yes.
Let's assume that. And so then let's assume when he comes back, he finds she's actually breathing better and she's not dead yet. And he's worried about the promise he made to his children. So let's assume he then sits on her chest, not on her abdomen, sits on her chest and shoves the face into the pillow until she stops breathing. Let's assume that.
Okay.
Now, is there anything in that crime scene photo and anything at autopsy that's inconsistent with that scenario?
Other than the things I've already mentioned about the scene and the lack of injury, no.
Now, when you were talking on direct examination, you were indicating that you would have expected with manual asphyxiation you'd see injuries consistent with the victim fighting against asphyxiation, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Now, you're also aware that at the time of death, she had zolpidem on board?
Yes.
She had Librium on board?
Yes.
And you are aware that at the time somebody dies, there's somewhere between the second and third stage of ethylene glycol poisoning, if
Yes.
they die from ethylene glycol poisoning, right?
Yes.
Now, if Julie had received 1 or 2 doses of ethylene glycol starting in the evening of December 1st, and then possibly a second dose on the morning of December 2nd, or the evening of December 2nd, then by December 3rd, she was likely somewhere between the second and third stage of ethylene glycol poisoning, right?
Yes.
And one of the stages, in the third stage of ethylene glycol poisoning, the person goes into coma. Isn't that true?
That can happen, yes.
So Julie could have been in a coma, or she could have been unconscious at the time that Mark Jensen sat on her and shoved her face into a pillow. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And then you would not expect to find any injuries consistent with her struggling, correct?
Correct.
So let's talk about the computer evidence. What computer evidence was sent to you by the defense?
Well, I understand there were a number of searches over a period of time about ethylene glycol.
How is it that you came to that understanding?
Oh, I don't know if I was told that or if I had some kind of documentation about the computer. I don't remember.
You have your report in front of you, Doctor?
I do, yes.
Okay. So it's in the form of this letter. It says, "Dear Ms. Vishny," is that the letter you got?
Yes.
Okay, and then you list 47 items, correct?
Yes.
And was that a comprehensive, you said, at your request, I reviewed the following materials, correct?
Yes.
And you don't list anything in there about the testimony of Marty Cook or Rhonda Mitchell from the last proceeding, do you?
No.
Well, you know that Marty Cook was the state's forensic computer expert?
I didn't know that, but,
Well, you didn't know that because they didn't send you that, did they?
well, and I'm not a computer forensic analyst, so I don't know that that would have been useful to me.
Oh, well, I'm not one either, but believe me, what the computer expert, and I don't think there's any forensic experts on the jury either, but I do believe that Jason Ruff's testimony is very helpful to the jury in this case
Okay.
because he laid out the computer evidence, and that's something you never saw.
Well, I was very aware that multiple times someone had used the computer to look up ethylene glycol poisoning.
That's all you knew about the computer? That's all you knew, is that somebody looked up ethylene glycol poisoning quite a bit on the computer? That's all you knew?
How to kill someone, what the symptoms are, I mean, all that kind of stuff.
But you don't seem to attach much significance to that?
Well, I mean, I don't know about computers back in 1998, but how do you know, looking at a computer, who used it? It's not like nowadays where, our phone knows who we are and where we are 24/7. I mean, in 1998, somebody used a computer, but if it's a computer that's shared by a husband and wife, they may use each other's passwords. I mean,
Doctor, you had talked on direct examination about something called cognitive bias.
yes.
So you agree that bias is a bad thing?
No, bias is innate human characteristic.
Oh, I understand that, but for purposes of a forensic analysis, you want to systematically exclude any level of bias in your analysis, don't you?
Well, to the extent that's possible, yes.
And so we're all just human beings, so we do the best we can, correct?
Right.
But like if somebody's driving a truck, their bias might not be as important as, say, a police officer who has to decide whether he's got enough evidence to arrest somebody or not, right?
Sure.
So it's very important for certain people to make a real strong effort to exclude biases from the way they make their decisions, correct?
Yes.
Certainly Judge Milosauskas, you'd expect that he would work very hard to ensure that biases don't influence his decisions on the bench, right?
Right.
And a police officer should make sure that they exclude that. And so don't you think also that a forensic pathologist should make it a point to try to exclude bias from their analysis?
Yes, of course.
So why are you kind of making up this notion that Julie was the one that was using the computer?
I'm not saying Julie was using it. I'm just saying we don't know who was using it.
Well, what if we were to tell you, were you aware that David Jensen was 8 years old during the year that Julie Jensen died?
Yes.
And you know what they say about out of the mouths of babes. Probably whatever David Jensen said at the time was a pretty accurate reflection of his perception of reality at that time, right?
Well, I think those of us who've had children know sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Well, let's consider this also. Were you aware that Julie Jensen had told Therese DeFazio, I don't even know how to turn on a computer. Were you aware of that?
I know she had said some things to that effect that she didn't use the computer, but I mean.
You seemed rather dismissive of her.
Well,
Is that
who knows why she said what she said or if she said that. I mean, maybe she did, maybe she didn't. Do you honestly think that an adult in 1998 didn't know how to turn on a computer? That just seems, it seems unlikely to me. I mean, maybe, but.
I could bring in the district attorney in this county right now. His name is Mike Gravely, and he'll tell you that the first year that he worked in the DA's office, he didn't know that he could actually reply to emails. He'll say that.
Oh, I can believe that.
And he's
I mean,
very
I know
highly-
there are people that don't, but
Yeah, so, but you just assume, I mean, you're just kind of this, seem to have this bias against believing Julie when she's telling people things.
well, I think there's reason to question why she says what she says. And I mean, it's not like I accept everything that Mark Jensen says as gospel, so.
But you don't accept everything he says as gospel, but you do rely upon Mark Jensen's representations in determining that Julie Jensen was possibly suicidal, right?
Actually, for that, I used Dr. Borman and the medical records much more.
Oh, so you didn't pay attention to what Mark Jensen had to say?
Well, yes, he said she was suicidal, but,
But
you know.
and he's the accused murderer, right?
Right, so.
In your experience as a forensic pathologist and working with law enforcement, have you ever encountered somebody who's suspected of committing murder who lied to the police about it?
People lie to the police for all manner of reasons, yes.
Especially if they murdered somebody and they want to get away with it, right?
Sure.
We're going to take our morning break, folks. Perfect timing, so please don't talk about the case. Thank you. All right, we're in recess, 10 minutes. You could step down, Doctor.
We'll see how it goes. I'm going to need 10 to 15 minutes to get.
I think you told me once we need to get this case done.
Yes, Judge, I know, but we also had a change in the number of witnesses that were being called that affected when people had flights and took off. So that's all I was saying. I was just trying to give notice.
All right?
I'm not trying to argue.
stayed up there.
It's a great place.
We are back on the record. Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. We're going to continue with the cross. The doctor's still under oath. You can start anytime you want, Mr. Jambois.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Doctor, we were talking about Julie Jensen's statements. Were you aware that Julie Jensen was volunteering to assist Teresa Fazio 3 hours a day every Wednesday of the fall semester in 1998?
In her son's classroom.
Yes.
Yes.
And were you aware that Teresa Fazio had asked Julie Jensen if she could assist the third grade children in their computer lab? Were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware that Julie Jensen said, I really don't know anything about computers, and so she couldn't help in the computer lab? Were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware that Teresa Fazio then spoke with Dave Jensen, Julie's 8-year-old son, and David laughingly told Teresa Fazio, yeah, Mom, I have to help my mom even turn on the computer. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. You don't have any reason to believe that Julie was lying when she told Teresa Fazio that, do you?
No.
You have no reason to believe that David Jensen was lying when he told that to Teresa Fazio, do you?
No.
And you have no reason to think that Teresa Fazio would lie about those two conversations.
No.
So the information, a fair and objective assessment is that Julie Jensen, according to Julie Jensen and the people who knew her, didn't know a damn thing about computers, right?
That might be a bit of a stretch. She needed help. She wasn't adept, perhaps, but
Now, were you aware that
wouldn't-
Mark Jensen actually built his own computer?
I did not know that.
Did you know that by all accounts he was very, very, very adept with computers?
I did not know that.
Did you know that he spent $2,450 in 1998 to buy that computer that he had at his home? Did you know that?
No.
That was a lot of money in 1998, wasn't it?
Still is.
It was a lot more, though, in 1998, wasn't it?
Yes.
And were you aware that the only person who's thus far provided I know that during an opening statement, the defense counsel had made reference to Julie indicating she had computer skills on her resume. But other than that, there's been no evidence that Julie Jensen has done anything on a computer. Are you aware of that?
Judge, I do object to misstating facts and evidence.
You want to rephrase it, Mr. Jambois?
Are you aware that Julie Jensen had applied for a job at Grant at one of the schools in Kenosha in the month or two preceding her death?
I was aware she had applied for some jobs. I didn't know the specifics.
So, if I were to show you a resume that Julie Jensen provided within a matter of weeks of her death, you don't recall ever seeing Julie Jensen's resume?
No.
Well, if I were to tell you that it lists all kinds of things, but it doesn't say anything about computer skills, would that surprise you? Don't you think if Julie Jensen had computer skills and she's applying for a job in a school office that she might reference the computer skills in there?
Maybe.
So wouldn't that also be indicative that Julie Jensen had really didn't have much in the way of computer skills?
How was the resume prepared?
Well, here, I'll show it to you.
Is it handwritten? Done on a typewriter, perhaps?
What number for the record is that? Thank you.
I mean, it looks like something you'd make on a computer, but I have no idea who did it or, I mean, I don't know how to answer your question, honestly.
Okay. Well, when you look at that resume, does Julie Jensen list among her skills and her office skills anything about computer skills?
Just typing, online security order entry. I mean, online to me implies maybe computers, but she doesn't say, you know, I know how to do Excel spreadsheets or I use Word or DOS or she doesn't list any of that.
So the fact that she doesn't list any computer skills on her resume would tend to support or the reasonable inference when coupled with her statements to Teresa Fazio that Julie Jensen wasn't particularly adept at the use of computers.
Okay, yep.
And there's been significant testimony in this case that Mark Jensen was very adept at computers. Did you know that?
It sounds like, from what you're saying, yes.
Well, I just want to know what you know. So when you received this information from Deja Vishny, in fact, whenever you received it, was it 2017 or something? You didn't receive any information indicating that Mark Jensen was very adept on computers and that Julie didn't know much about computers, did you?
No.
And you didn't receive the reports of the state's computer analysts, correct?
Correct.
So you were unaware of the nature of the searches for poisons and so forth that existed on the Jensen home computer.
Just that there were searches for poisons, and I think specifically ethylene glycol.
Did you know there were searches for pipe bombs?
That does sound familiar.
Mercury fulminate?
Yes, yes.
Botulism?
Oh, I don't remember that one. No.
And these were all searches that were done on the Jensen home computer. Were you were aware of that? Or
Well,
not?
yes, I knew the search for poisons was done on the home computer.
Were you aware of David Nearing's testimony that Mark Jensen was frequently seen looking up drugs and drug interactions on this computer at work?
I don't remember if I knew that.
Were you aware that Mark Jensen had commenced a sexual relationship with Kelly Labonte in September of 1998?
I was aware they were having a relationship, yes.
A sexual relationship.
Okay,
A romantic sexual relationship. You were aware of that?
yes.
Were you aware of the email exchange between Mark Jensen and Kelly Greenman? This was in October of 1998, about running off somewhere. Did you?
A cruise, I believe, was mentioned.
Windstar Cruise, yes. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
So when you're looking at the past history of a case, when you're evaluating a case in conjunction with law enforcement to assist them in their case, those are the kinds of historical facts you'd be considering, wouldn't you? Certainly law enforcement would look at that, wouldn't they?
Yes, certainly.
And yet, when the defense counsel sent you all this stuff, they didn't send you the reports from the Wisconsin criminal information, or from the Wisconsin crime lab analysts about the computer searches.
Yeah, that would be outside my area of expertise. I mean, I was aware that there were computer searches, and I think that's about the extent of the information that I would be able to analyze. I wouldn't know how to use a report like that.
Well, but in terms of the history of the case, you'd know that it would be important, it would be relevant in determining and distinguishing between the possible manners of death. It would be relevant to know that the prime suspect had a strong motive to murder his wife, or at least get her out of the way, right?
And so, I'm sorry, I thought we were talking about the computer.
The computer contained evidence that Mark Jensen was having an affair with Kelly Labonte.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that the affair would be a motivation?
Well, I'm asking you, would that be a factor that you might consider in determining whether or not the husband of a dead woman had motive to murder her?
Wow. I don't know that I would link an affair with the urge to murder. I mean, if the wife knew about the affair, it might equally be a reason to worry about losing your marriage and depression. And so, I mean, certainly affairs are disruptive, can be disruptive to marriages.
But so let's talk about the specific stuff in the computer that apparently you've not seen. You didn't see the specific exchange between Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte about them going on a Windstar cruise together. You did not see that? You heard about it, but you didn't read it.
I think that's right, yes, but I'm not positive.
You think it's right that you heard about it, but that you
Right.
did not read it.
Right, I think that's right.
And you didn't read in the exchange that Kelly Grieman was asking Mark Jensen about, I mean, she said there are certain issues we both need to deal with.
Right,
you aware of that?
I knew that. Mhm.
And that Kelly indicated that her issue was that she was just married a guy by the name of Mark Grieman, right?
Right,
So her issue was she was going to have to divorce Mark Grieman, correct?
right.
And in fact, that's what she did. She divorced Mark Grieman. And when she asked Mark about what he was going to do about his issues, he said something about, well, you know, those details are just noise in the greater picture of things. Do you remember him
Yes,
saying?
yes.
Just noise. So his details were just noise in the picture to him, correct?
Yes.
What does that tell you about the significance that Mark Jensen attached to his wife, Julie, that she was just noise in the greater picture of things?
You know, I'm not sure what people say to other people with whom they are having an affair that to try and diminish the role of their marriage. One certainly hears a lot of stories about, oh, you know, don't worry, I'm going to leave her, or, I mean, I just think this is so beyond the appropriateness of my analyzing what they're saying.
Well, you are aware that in response to that, Kelly Grieman referred to Mark as an evasive little shit or something to that effect. And you would agree that it's correct to say that he was being somewhat evasive about what he's going to do about his issue or the details in the greater picture. He was being evasive, wasn't he?
Yes.
And as a forensic pathologist, when you look at the history of cases, you look at the behavior of the prime suspect, the prime murder suspect in the weeks and months preceding the death, if that becomes relevant to establishing cause or manner of death, don't you?
Okay.
You do that, don't you?
That's really more a law enforcement role.
But didn't you say you work with law enforcement when you're
Yes.
conducting your analysis?
Yes, I think motive is so hard to know. I think if the evidence supported one manner over another, then obviously that other information comes to play.
Well, it seems to me, Doctor, you're all over this issue of suicide, but you don't seem
Yeah.
to be paying any attention to this issue of homicide.
Oh, I'm certainly aware of the issues that led law enforcement to believe this is a homicide. I'm well aware of those. All I'm saying is I don't see any physical evidence to support that. I don't see any evidence. And with respect to interpreting all of this other evidence that you're bringing up, I think that's really the role of the jury.
Well, except you say you don't see any of this evidence, that's because the defense attorney didn't give it to you. I mean, you didn't know about IDLY, IWY, IMY. You didn't know about that,
I
did you?
did not know about those.
You didn't know about warm
acronyms.
Irish eyes or turtle, did you?
Not that I recall.
You don't know about the pretty strong evidence that we've presented to this jury that Mark Jensen is the actual person who intentionally, sadistically, emotionally, psychologically tortured his wife for years before her death.
Would it be rude to say we've gone over this?
Yeah, I'm just wondering. It's not rude. Go ahead, tell me that we've gone over
I
this.
kind of
right?
feel like we've gone over this.
Yes, but I'm trying to get you to acknowledge that there's evidence of a homicide in this case, and you were only looking at the evidence pertaining to suicide. That's what I'm
Oh,
trying to get you.
heavens no. I mean, I read testimony in prior hearings that gave a lot of evidence from different perspectives that this was a homicide.
But you didn't read Ted Voigt's testimony.
Not that I recall, but
You don't think Ted Voigt's testimony is relevant to the determination of whether this is a homicide or a suicide?
there was a lot of testimony in these
So
hearings.
you read the testimony that was referred to you by the defense counsel,
Which
correct?
certainly included testimony from, people that believed this was a homicide.
Well, let's go through this. We're going to go, let's take the look first page of your report here. You referred to Dr. Scott Denton's report and then Dr. Scott Denton's trial testimony, correct?
Yes.
So in the trial testimony, when I concluded my cross-examination of Dr. Denton, he did acknowledge that it looked more like a homicide. Didn't he say that, something along those
I
lines?
believe he said it was undetermined.
He said it was undetermined, but then I cross-examined him. And then he concluded, well, yeah, it does look more like a homicide. You don't remember that?
I don't remember him ever saying more like a homicide, but maybe.
So we'll go through them one by one here. One, Wisconsin State Lab of Hygiene Letters and Reports. So that's scientific stuff, and then toxicology from State Crime Lab and the University of Kentucky Healthcare and Dynacur. There's a lot of stuff about lab reports, right?
Yes.
Then on number 6, there's the Pleasant Prairie Police Department reports, December 2nd, 98 through March 20th of 2002, correct?
Yeah.
So you saw Mark Jensen's written statements that one he gave, I think, on December 4th and one that he gave on March 20th, 2002. You saw those statements.
I believe so, yes.
And in those, and at least in the March 20th, 2000 statement, you saw that he indicated that Julie Jensen could not get out of bed, right?
Right. Well, that she didn't get out of bed.
Yeah, that she did not get out of bed on the morning of December 3rd, 1998.
While he was there, she did not get out of bed.
And you also, did you ever see the interview or the interrogation, depending upon your term of art, that Paul Ratzberg did with Mark Jensen on April 21st, 1999? Did you ever see that?
I don't know if that was included in those police reports or not.
Did you ever see the transcripts of the phone calls between Mark Jensen and Paul Griffin?
I don't think I saw phone call transcripts.
Would it surprise you to know that Mark Jensen told Paul Ratzberg in the April 21st, 1999 interview that on the morning of December 3rd, 1998, Julie Jensen could not get out of bed? Would it surprise you to learn that?
No. I mean, he didn't see her get out of bed, so that would be a conclusion he could reach.
Well, there's a difference, though, be saying, I didn't see her get out of bed, to saying she couldn't get out of bed.
Right, right.
Were you aware that Mark Jensen had told Detective Ratsberg that he actually had to prop Julie up so the children could come in and kiss her goodbye?
Yes.
So you were aware of that?
Yeah, that she was not doing well.
And was really out of it? Defense counsel has kindly assisted me here. He pointed out that at number 39 of your list of things, you did look at the interview with Mark Jensen on April 21st, 1999.
Oh, good. There you go.
So our thanks to Mr. Perry. So you did consider the interview. So you did see that Mark Jensen had told Paul Ratsberg that Julie could not get out of bed. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And you're aware that, but you weren't aware that Mark Jensen had also had a telephone conversation with Paul Griffin in, I think it was early 2000, where he specifically indicated that Julie couldn't get out of bed and that if she had, she would have been crawling. You were aware of that?
Yeah. I mean, that was his impression of how ill she was.
Now, you'd said earlier on direct examination that you thought if Julie could call somebody on the day of her death at 10 o'clock in the morning, that would be indicative of her being able to get up and move around, right?
Just that she was conscious. She was awake.
Would it surprise you to learn that that conversation did not occur on December 3rd? It actually occurred on December 2nd, 10 o'clock in the morning on December 2nd.
Oh, yes. It was the morning of December 2nd. Yes.
So the morning of December 2nd, about the time that Mark Jensen was going to the Dr. Borman to get a prescription for Ambien, Julie was on the phone with her next-door neighbor, Margaret Foyt.
Yes, and she thought Ms. Jensen sounded weak or like she was drunk.
Yeah, and which would be consistent with the first stage of ethylene glycol poisoning,
Yes.
wouldn't it?
Yep.
And you are also aware that Julie had woke up in the middle of the night or was anxious in the middle of the night, saying that, I feel like I'm drunk. I feel like I'm drunk. Like she didn't know what was going on. You were aware of that, right?
Yes, yes.
And that Mark Jensen then took her to the computer and showed her paroxetine to relieve her concerns, right?
Right.
And that he then took that paroxetine sheet that he'd printed out and took it to the doctor on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
So if Julie Jensen had intentionally ingested ethylene glycol to commit suicide, wouldn't she already know why she was acting drunk in the early morning hours of December 2nd?
It depends how impaired she was. I mean, certainly when people get drunk, they don't always recognize how drunk they are or what happened.
Well, you know that Julie Jensen had gone through school to become a nurse. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And that
yes.
she was a straight-A student. Did you know that?
I knew she was very proud of her medical knowledge.
Well, not only that, she was extremely intelligent, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that if Julie Jensen had intentionally ingested ethylene glycol, she would be so stupid as to know what would be causing her to be drunk afterward?
I'm sorry, she may well have known and just said she didn't. I mean, we don't know what her thought process was.
We don't know, do we? But
No.
the fact is, all we know is what was said. And what was said was that Julie appeared to be concerned that she was intoxicated, and she didn't know why she was acting intoxicated. Correct?
Right.
And that Mark is the one that took her to the computer to show her, oh, this could be a possible side effect of paroxetine. Correct? Isn't that what happened?
So I thought Mrs. Jensen was the one who may have raised the question of, is this a side effect of my drugs?
Oh, you thought it was Mrs. Jensen that did that. Well, you only would have gotten that from one person, right? And that would be Mark Jensen, correct?
Right.
The accused murderer in this case.
Right.
The person would have reason to motive to lie to you about what was going on in that household, right?
Yes.
The accused murderer didn't tell you that, well, actually I've hated my wife and never forgiven her for an affair she had in 1991. I hated her and I've never forgiven her for that. He never told you that, did he?
I was aware there was an affair that Mrs. Jensen had had and that there was distress in the marriage because of that.
Mark Jensen never told you, I hate my wife, I hated my wife, and I tortured her for years before she died. He didn't tell you that, did he?
No.
That would be a stupid thing for him to say if he's talking to the defense retained forensic pathologist, right?
I've never spoken with Mr. Jensen.
So you've just seen the reports, the notes that he's made.
Right, right.
Well, let's get back to this email exchange between Kelly Kelly Greenman and Mark Jensen. When she's asking about what he's going to do about his issues and he's so evasive, if he'd have just come out and said, well, actually, I'm planning to poison my wife and make it look like a suicide, that probably wouldn't be a good thing to say to the woman that you want to marry, is it? I mean, it might cause Kelly Greenman to not want to marry him, do you think? Might cause her to call the police, don't you think? So a person that's actually planning to murder his wife isn't going to tell his girlfriend that he's planning to murder his wife, right?
I would think not.
But on the other hand, if he was planning to murder his wife, wouldn't it be a good way to go about it? If he's very computer conversant, to look up things on the computer about, gee, how can I kill my wife and make it look like a suicide? Wouldn't that be a good thing for a murderer to do, who knows about computers?
Sure.
And there's evidence in this record that that's exactly what somebody did. Somebody looked up on the computer how to murder somebody without getting caught, without there being evidence of what caused it, right?
Right.
But that evidence, that information about these searches and about this email exchange, that had not been sent to you.
I was aware of the searches.
But not the email communications between Kelly Labonte and Kelly Greenman and Mark Jensen.
I was aware there were email exchanges. At this moment, I don't remember the exact, what I knew when.
And the testimony they sent you, they didn't send you the testimony of Dave Nearing or Sharon Nearing?
That name does not ring a bell at the moment.
You can look through your list, Doctor.
It's not in my list, I don't believe.
Now, were you aware that from some source or another that Mark Jensen told the police he told the police that he went to the office on the morning of December. He left around 11 o'clock in the morning on December 3rd and went to the office and came back around 3 o'clock or 3:30 in the afternoon after he'd picked up the boys to find Julie dead. Were you aware of that scenario?
Yes, yes.
But you're not aware of the testimony of Dave Nearing, Marion Passetti, and Meredith Perez, who all work in his office, and who all said he didn't show up on December 3rd.
And my understanding is they weren't asked that until many years later.
Yeah, so again, let's go to bias, this whole thing about bias. You know, I just asked you a simple question, which is that Dave Nearing, Marion Passetti, and Meredith Perez all testified under oath in front of this jury and at the last hearing that Mark Jensen did not come to work on December 3rd, 1998, correct?
Well, yes.
That's what they testified to, correct? Yes.
And I
Now,
just heard a talk on memory, and that's why I'm being so cagey about memory, because it turns out what we think we remember is not always accurate. So I'm trying to couch all of my expressions in to the best of my memory. But
well.
the longer you go before you're asked a question about what happened on a certain time, the more questions there are.
Do you remember where you were when you heard about the World Trade Center on September 11th, 2001?
I do.
Where were you?
I was at a staff meeting at a hospital in Minnesota.
Because that's a pretty significant event, so you remember things about it, don't you?
Right.
So you're aware that Dave Nearing and Meredith Perez and Miriam Passetti had all learned about the death. Sorry, what? I was giving you the wrong name. It's Rosemary McGinnis. So I was giving you the wrong name. It's not Miriam Passetti. It's Rosemary McGinnis, Meredith Perez, and Dave Nearing all had just heard about the death of Julie Jensen. Correct?
Yes,
That's a pretty significant event, isn't it?
I would think so.
Something that they'd remember. And all three of them, independently, without talking to each other, all three of them indicated that Mark Jensen did not come to work on December 3rd.
Yes.
And in fact, Rosemary McGinnis testified that Mark Jensen called her and said he wouldn't be coming into work. So there is information that would indicate that Mark Jensen did not come into work on December 3rd, 1998, correct?
Yes.
And that's inconsistent with what Mark Jensen told the police about where he was on December 3rd, 1998 in the afternoon hours, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that Julie Jensen had some measure of rigor mortis that had set in by the time that paramedics arrived at 4:32 or 4:30 p.m. on December 3rd, 1998, correct?
Yes.
So that would indicate that she'd been dead for some period of time before 4:32, 4:33 p.m., correct?
Yes. At least a couple hours.
At least a couple of hours. So she had died no later than 2:30 p.m. on December 3rd, 1998, by your calculations, correct?
Oh, when I say a couple hours, I do not mean 2.0 hours. I mean, I wish we could, but
Well, could it have been 1 hour?
probably if there's actual rigor, it was probably more than an hour, but it really depends on what someone is doing at the time of death, what their body temperature is. You know, if someone has a terminal seizure, they can develop rigor very rapidly. So, I mean, I wish we had a better answer.
And doctor, believe me, I've had these conversations with lots of forensic pathologists in the
Right,
40 years that I've been doing
right.
this. And I'm not trying to get you to say the specific time of death, just that she'd been dead for more than an hour at the time that this the paramedic arrived at 4:33 p.m.
Very likely, yes.
Most likely sometime between 2:30 and 3 o'clock would be the latest. But in any event, it was at a time that Mark Jensen has himself being somewhere else, right?
Yes.
And in the parlance of prosecutors and cops and forensic pathologists, we call that an alibi, don't we?
Oh, I see. Yes, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. And the problem is that Mark Jensen's alibi is contradicted by three witnesses who would have been where he says he was, correct?
Yes.
But you can understand why Mark Jensen would, if in fact Mark Jensen rolled Julie on her side, sat on her chest, shoved her face in a pillow and killed her some around 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you can understand why he'd want to put himself someplace else at that time, right?
Sure.
On direct examination, you'd indicated that Juliet spoke with a friend on the day of her death. You now recognize that actually you misspoke. She'd spoken with her friend the day before her death.
Correct.
And
Yes.
that's significant with respect to Julie's ability to do things on the day of her death, right?
Yes.
Because the evidence that we've talked about and the evidence that you seem to be aware of is that, according to Mark Jensen, Julie Jensen either could not get out of bed at all, or that if she would have tried to get out of bed, she would have been crawling because she was so dysfunctional at that time. She was so impaired, right?
Right. Right.
That he had to prop her up in bed so the children could kiss her goodbye.
Yes.
So you accept all that, and that's part of your analysis of this case, that that's the condition that Julie Jensen was in on the morning of December 3rd, 1998.
Yes, according to Mr. Johnson, that was the situation.
Yes, and you see, that was according to Mr. Jensen until he'd been confronted with the computer evidence. that reflects that at 9:42 a.m., somebody was on the computer looking up ethylene glycol poisoning and the stages of ethylene glycol poisoning. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
So you were aware that at 9:42 a.m. somebody was looking up the stages of ethylene glycol poisoning.
Yes.
And yet you've concluded that this is more consistent with a suicide than a homicide. And so you're suggesting it was Julie Jensen that was looking up the stages of ethylene glycol poisoning?
I'm just saying I don't know who. That's all I'm saying.
But you know, I've conferred with a lot of forensic pathologists in the course of homicides, and I don't expect them to say things that are outside their scope of their medical knowledge, but one of the things that forensic pathologists do is they do go to crime scenes on occasion, don't they?
They do.
And they confer with law enforcement about the history of the case, don't they?
Yes, absolutely.
So if the history of the case is this, number one, according to the suspect, Julie Jensen couldn't get out of bed, correct?
Didn't get out of bed is how I would
Well, except he
read what
told,
he said,
he told
but-
Detective Ratsburg she couldn't get out of bed.
That was what he thought, yes. That's what he said.
And that he told Paul Griffin that if she did get out of bed, she would have been crawling, correct?
Yes,
And that in the morning when the children came in to kiss their mommy goodbye, he had to prop her up on a pillow, correct?
yes,
Because she didn't have the strength to do it on her own, correct?
yes.
So, but then, after Mark Jensen makes those representations to people, then later on we learn that, oh, somebody was on the computer at 9:42 a.m. looking up the stages of ethylene glycol poisoning. Now, who do you think that was? I'm asking you, who do you think that was?
And I'm telling you, I don't know.
Well, it probably wasn't David or Douglas. David was 8
They were
and
at
Douglas
school,
was
I believe, at that time.
at 9:42 a.m. They were at school. Yeah, Douglas was in preschool and David was at school. So there were only 2 people in the house at that time, right?
Right? At most, 2 people.
Yeah, and one of them couldn't get out of bed, right? According to the prime suspect, she couldn't get out of bed, right? That's what she said. He said.
Well, he didn't think she could get out of bed. That's what he said, yes.
And then he also said she didn't get out of bed, right?
While he was there, she didn't.
And then he also told the brother of the victim, he told Paul Griffin, if she'd have gotten out of bed, she would have been crawling, right?
Right.
She was incoherent, right?
That's, yes.
Yeah. Doesn't sound like somebody get up out of bed and go to the computer at 9:42 a.m. and look up ethylene glycol poisoning, stages of ethylene glycol poisoning, does it? Doesn't look like that, does it?
If she was really that impaired, that would be difficult.
On the other hand, if Mark Jensen had gone out and run some errands, he dropped Douglas off at daycare. He got David up to go to the bus. He got Douglas, took Douglas to daycare. He ran and got a check from a guy named Ed Coughlin and came back to the house at 9:30. He was seen driving right back to the house. He was within a minute or two of the house at 9:30. He walks in the door, and don't you know it, Julie's breathing is actually improved. That would be a surprise for somebody who poisoned his wife with antifreeze, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be a surprise? He was hoping she'd be dead, right? And she's not dead. Wouldn't he be upset if he was expecting his wife to be dead and she wasn't dead? Can you see how?
Okay, if someone were expecting someone to be dead and they weren't, they would be surprised.
Yes. And if they were really computer savvy like Mark Jensen, and they'd already looked up things like ethylene glycol poisoning and ways to kill your wife and everything else, might he go on the computer at 9:42 a.m. and find out, why isn't this woman dead yet? And look up the stages of ethylene glycol poisoning. Can you see somebody in Mark Jensen's shoes doing that?
Yes.
And then double deleting the history? You know what double deleting is?
Yes.
And so he deleted the history of the search. Somebody did. Whoever looked this up on the morning of December 3rd, 1998 at 9:42 a.m., they looked it up, they read it for a few seconds, and then they deleted it. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And then they deleted it again. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Whoever did this wanted to make sure that whoever turned that computer on, they wouldn't see that there'd been a search for ethylene glycol poisoning. Correct?
Correct.
Now, who would have a motive to do that? Who can you think of at at 10 o'clock or so in the morning, or 9:42 in the morning of December 3rd, 1998, who would have a motive to get rid of any evidence that somebody had been on the computer looking up the stages of ethylene glycol poisoning? Who would have a motive?
Mark and Julie, they were the only people there.
Okay, so you're thinking Julie, the person that can't get out of bed, the person that had to be propped up in bed so that her children could, you're thinking she's a suspect for looking this stuff up?
I'm telling you, I don't know who looked on the computer.
Yeah, but let's get back to this issue of cognitive bias or just bias. I mean, well, you talked about what you're getting paid here, Doctor, so I don't want to be indelicate, but you were paid $9,900 for your first initial evaluation of this case, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
You think it might have been more if they'd given you all of the evidence instead of just some of the evidence? Might have cost them more than $9,900, right?
I suppose.
Don't
yes.
you think it would have been better if they're paying all that money? Don't you think they should have given you all of the evidence that they had, including evidence of homicide?
I had a lot of evidence of homicide.
But there's a lot of evidence you didn't know a darn thing about. Isn't that true?
I did not know about the acronyms. That is true.
Oh, it's not just that they're acronyms. They're a lot more important than that. But anyway, that was $9,900 for that initial report, right?
Correct.
And then there was a second report for $3,825, correct?
Correct.
So right now we're at $13,725, correct? And that's already been paid to you, correct?
No, the $3,000 was never paid.
Oh, they haven't paid
For
the
some
38.
reason.
Okay. What about and then there's another bill for $5,115.
Yes, and that also has not yet been paid.
And then you've got 11.5 hours into it as of yesterday. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's at $400 an hour.
Correct.
So that's another $4,600.
Correct.
And then there's today.
Right. Right.
And are you going to charge for the trip back, or I mean?
I don't know. We haven't figured that out yet.
Oh, but it might be another at least 5 hours today, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So that's another couple thousand, maybe $2,000 to $3,000. So I haven't added all this up, but I'm going to see if I can do it now. So it's $3,440 as of yesterday.
Wow.
That's what you've either been paid or that you're going to get paid when you're done. I mean, as of yesterday, and then that's on top of today.
Okay.
So don't you think if they're going to pay that kind of money for an expert, they should at least give the expert all the information?
I'm not sure what more I would have learned, but, you know, I thought I had enough information to sort of address the questions that were asked me.
I was conferring with my counsel about something. I always forget things, so they remind me. I mentioned Marion Passetti earlier, and I misstated what she was. She didn't work at Stifel Nicholas. Marion Passetti was actually a neighbor of Julie's. Were you aware of that?
The neighbor I knew about were the Voights, I think. I think that's their.
Oh, well, there are a lot more neighbors. So you weren't aware
Of course,
the
yes.
Ashleys or the Forwalds and the Passettis. So were you aware that that Julie Jensen called Marion Passetti on the morning of December 1st, 1998? Were you aware of that?
I don't think so.
Were you aware that Marion Passetti had previously spoken with Julie about how she gets her garden started in the dead of winter? Did you know that?
No, I did not know that.
Well, Julie, did you know that Julie was an avid gardener?
That does ring a bell.
She loved her garden. I mean, she loved her children most of all, but she loved gardening. Were you aware of that? She was very proud of her house and of the landscaping in their garden and everything like that. Were you aware of that?
Not to that level of detail, probably.
Were you aware that on the morning of December 1st, 1998, Julie Jensen called Marion Passetti?
I don't remember.
Were you aware that Julie Jensen, when she called Marion Passetti, was asking her all kinds of detailed questions about how Marion Passetti starts her garden in the winter? Were you aware of that?
No.
And were you aware that Marion Passetti said this conversation lasted like 20 minutes or more? Were you aware of that?
No.
And it was Marion Passetti giving Julie detailed instructions about where to get seeds, what kind of pots to use, what kind of lighting device to use in order to start your seeds in the winter so that in the early spring you can put them out in your garden. Were you aware of that?
No.
Well, Julie spent a lot of time on the morning of December 1st talking to Marion Passetti about her garden for the following spring. Were you aware of that?
No.
It was actually at 11:30 in the morning that she called Marion Passetti. See, it takes a village with me. So it was 11:30 in the morning that Julie Jensen, I'm sorry, it wasn't 11:30 in the morning. It was the date was November 30th. It wasn't December 1st. It was the date was November 30th that Julie Jensen called Marion Passetti and spoke to her about what she needed to do to start a winter garden so that she could put her vegetables out early in the spring. So tell me this, is that consistent with somebody planning a suicide to call up a neighbor and talk about getting detailed instructions about planting a spring garden? Do you think that?
Oh, gosh. All the suicides I've investigated, I can tell you it's such a common story that families or friends say, but we were just planning a trip, or, but they were talking about the future. I mean, I would...
You don't attach the
I have seen too much to attach significance to future planning. And I think also it was before she saw Dr. Borman, and that may have been kind of a tipping point for her.
You know, there's all kinds of things that Julie did not tell Dr. Borman. We've already established that, right?
Yes, yes.
And, you know, Julie was very distressed and very, very upset at the time she saw Dr. Borman.
Very, yes.
And we now know some things that she was upset about that she didn't tell Dr. Borman, right? She was upset that her husband was either planning evidence to make her think that he was going to kill her, or that he was actually planning to kill her. That's what she was concerned about when she talked to Mr. Voigt, correct?
Correct.
And that's what she was concerned about when she talked to Therese DeFazio, correct?
Correct.
But she didn't say that to Dr. Borman.
She did not.
And Dr. Borman is a person that's more likely to perhaps contact the authorities if he thinks one of his patients, Mark Jensen, is going to kill another one of his patients, Julie Jensen, right?
I would think so.
Were you aware that Dr. Borman also treated Mark Jensen?
Yes.
So if Julie Jensen was contemplating suicide, why would she complain to her neighbor about her husband trying to kill her?
Well, so here's another thing I have learned from investigating suicides over the years is, as we all know, there's a tremendous social stigma about suicide and depression and mental health. And people often go to elaborate lengths to make their suicide appear to be something other than a suicide. So
I'm not following you. You're suggesting that Julie was going to elaborate lengths to make a planned suicide. She was planning a suicide, and she went to elaborate lengths to make it look like it wasn't a suicide.
I've seen that many, many times.
You have?
I have. Oh, absolutely. People that write notes, there's somebody trying to beat down the door, and then when they end up dead in their house. The law enforcement does the investigation and finds that actually this person probably did the door beating themselves, or people that shoot themselves in the back and then fall in a river so that and then the gun washes away so that it looks like a homicide. I mean, there can be life insurance reasons to make it look like an accident.
So it seems like you're just kind of speculating about a lot of things. Do you have any specific information that would cause you to think that Julie Jensen was talking to Ted Voigt and Therese DeFazio to disguise the fact that she's going to commit suicide?
Well, I don't know.
Evidence of that, do you?
I don't know why she told them what she told them.
Okay, so a reasonable inference to draw about what she was thinking when she told him is that she was concerned that her husband was going to kill her, right?
That would certainly be one inference, sure.
Isn't that, of all the inferences one can draw, she's complaining that she thinks her husband might be trying to kill her. What motive could she have in telling that to Therese DeFazio or Ted Voigt unless she thought her husband was trying to kill her?
Well, if this is someone with mental illness, it's hard to know.
Well, let's talk about mental illness. I mean, you talk about mental illness. You're suggesting that she was depressed.
Yes.
Okay. There's no evidence of any other form of mental illness here, is there, besides what you're talking about, depression, from Dr. Borman's notes, correct?
Right. And he thought she was also anxious, anxiety and depression.
But he didn't think she was suicidal, did he?
No, she said she wasn't suicidal or homicidal and denied domestic violence. And right.
Now, you also know that Julie talked to the defendant's sister, Laura Coster, right?
Yes.
And she showed Laura Coster the list of these things that were found on a Post-it note on Mark Jensen's day planner, correct?
Correct.
And she expressed her concern to Laura Coster, the defendant's brother. But also, Laura Coster was Julie Jensen's best friend. You were aware of that, right?
Yes.
So Julie Jensen was telling her best friend, Laura Coster, that she was concerned that Mark Jensen might be trying to kill her or make her look, or cause, or leaving evidence around to make it look like he was planning to kill her so she'd do something stupid and he could take her children away. You were aware of that conversation, right?
Yes.
Were you aware that Laura Coster said, well, I lived with him for 18 years. You have no idea what he's capable of?
Yes.
So with all of that, you still think there's some other ulterior motive that Julie had for telling Therese DeFazio, Ted Voigt, and Mark's own brother or sister that she thought Mark might be trying to kill her? You can't think of it. There's the most reasonable inference to draw from that is that Julie Jensen was afraid that Mark Jensen was going to kill her. Isn't that the most reasonable inference to draw?
Which then raises the question in my mind, so when she was feeling loopy on the first and the second, why didn't she reach out for help? I mean, that to me is sort of, if she at that point were suspicious of him, would she really drink anything he gave her?
Well, but let's remember, she'd gone to see the doctor. She'd gone to see Dr. Borman. He prescribed Paxil for her, didn't he?
Yes.
And Mark Jensen was pushing and pushing and pushing to get Julie Jensen to go see the doctor, wasn't he?
Yes, he was concerned about her.
Well, now that goes back to cognitive bias again, doctor.
Well, that was what he said, that
That's
he was
what
concerned
he
about.
said, that he was
Yeah.
concerned about her. But, that's not what he said to Aaron Dillard. He told Aaron Dillard that he was pushing her to go see the doctor so that the doctor would prescribe something, and then he could get her to ingest some things. That's what he told Aaron Dillard. Were you aware of that?
Well, that's what Aaron Dillard said.
Oh, I know. So this go back to the whole thing about cognitive bias again. You believe everything that Mark Jensen said, but you don't believe anything Aaron Dillard said?
No, absolutely. I take everything with a grain of salt, but I certainly look at everything Aaron Dillard said with a lot of skepticism.
But not everything an accused murderer says. You don't look at that with an equal level of skepticism?
Well, to the extent that it doesn't fit the evidence, then yes, I would look at it with skepticism.
So but with Aaron Dillard, even if it fits the evidence, you'd look at it with skepticism?
Well, I think that's a whole different set of issues that get raised there, and I think the jury can certainly evaluate his reliability as a witness.
Because Aaron Dillard is a con man and a criminal, right?
Right.
But so was David Thompson, you know. David Thompson was a criminal. You were aware of that, right?
Yes, yes.
The thing is, David Thompson, pretty much all of his testimony, every single whit of it, was corroborated by phone conversations between the defendant and various members of his family. Were you aware of that?
Well, yes.
So if you hadn't been aware of the phone conversations that corroborated David Thompson's testimony, you would have completely discounted that too because he's a con man and because he's a criminal, right?
Well, I think you have to look at, does it fit? I mean, that's, and if it fits, then you say, okay, well, that's reasonable then.
So,
And
because...
what source did they have for getting the information that fits?
Now, you know that Aaron Dillard testified that he got his information from talking to Mark Jensen and from reading Ed Klug's transcript. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
Ed Klug's transcript doesn't contain any information about Mark Jensen poisoning Julie before he left to go to the Blueprint conference in early November of 1998, did it?
I don't believe so.
And yet, Aaron Dillard indicates that Mark Jensen told him that before Mark Jensen went to the Blueprint in early November 1998, Mark Jensen had poisoned Julie. Were you aware of that?
I don't know I don't remember if I knew that.
Oh, well, it's in Aaron Dillard's statement that Mark Jensen told Aaron Dillard that just before the conference, the Blueprint in St. Louis, that Mark Jensen had poisoned Julie. He'd said that to Aaron Dillard. Now, are you aware that there's just a short while ago, the jury received evidence of a carpet cleaning bill that they paid to clean the carpet in the Jensen residence as soon as Mark Jensen got back from the Blueprint conference.
I knew that Julie had been sick while he was gone.
In fact, Mark wrote in his notes, puked all over the carpet, right?
Right, right.
And nausea, vomiting is one of the potential side effects of the first stage of ethylene glycol poisoning, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, so if Mark Jensen didn't tell Aaron Dillard about that first poisoning, and Ed Klug didn't say anything about it in the transcript of his testimony, who do you think could have given that information to Aaron Dillard so that he could play his get out of jail free card?
I don't know where he got all his information. I don't know what he had access to, what police reports or...
Well, I'm just told you what Aaron Dillard said he had access to.
Right, right.
And he told you that he had access to Ed Klug's transcript and Mark Jensen, correct?
Correct.
And he told you that Mark Jensen said that to him, correct?
Correct.
And the evidence fits that description of what occurred, doesn't it?
The evidence of Julie or Mrs. Jensen being sick while Mr. Jensen was gone at the conference.
Yes.
Yes.
Which is consistent with her being poisoned before he went to the conference. Isn't that true?
Yes.
So you were talking earlier about, well, if you believe David Thompson because it fits. Well, that fits, doesn't it? That fits. This description of Julie Jensen getting sick while Mark Jensen was at the conference, that's consistent with Julie Jensen being poisoned before Mark Jensen went to the conference, isn't it?
I mean, certainly that's one explanation for why someone gets sick.
Yeah, but we're talking about what Aaron Dillard said, and Aaron Dillard's statement is that Mark Jensen told him that. And the evidence, that statement fits the evidence in this case, doesn't it?
Yes.
And Aaron Dillard said that Mark Jensen was continually saying this was bullshit and bullshit and bullshit, but then ultimately that's when he makes this statement about, it's a good thing that she didn't die when he poisoned her that first time because he got drunk and shot off his mouth to Ed Klug, his coworker.
Right.
And that also fits the evidence, doesn't it? Mark Jensen got drunk and was talking to Ed Klug. That's
Yes.
consistent with the evidence in this case, isn't it? And, of course, that part was in Ed Klug's statement.
right.
Ed Klug testified that Mark
Right.
was drunk and was telling him these things. And then Mark Jensen told Aaron Dillard that he was trying to get Julie to go see the doctor so that he could get her to take some stuff because she wasn't wanting to drink anything or eat anything that he gave her. You were aware of that in Aaron Dillard's statement?
Yes.
And you also, that's corroborated by what Ted Voigt indicated in his testimony. Oh, actually, you don't know that, do you? Because you never saw Ted Voigt's testimony. Are you aware that Ted Voigt testified that Julie complained to him that Mark was running around trying to get her to drink things and eat things, and she wouldn't drink or eat anything because she didn't trust Mark?
Right, yes.
You were aware that Ted Voigt testified to that effect?
I was aware of that, yes. I don't know if I read it in how I knew that, but.
Well, Mark Jensen would certainly know that Julie was refusing to drink anything, that he was trying to get her to drink things and she wouldn't drink it. Mark Jensen would know that, in fact, he was the one that was doing that, right?
If that's what happened.
And then if Aaron Dillard puts that in his statement, Aaron Dillard would know it because Mark Jensen told him, right?
That would be one way, yes.
But Aaron Dillard didn't talk to Ted Voigt, did he?
He didn't talk to him, I'm sure.
So there's no other source that could possibly, that you're aware of, that you were made aware of, that where Ted Voigt could get the information that Mark was chasing Julie and trying to drink things. If Mark Jensen hadn't told Aaron Dillard that, you don't have any knowledge of where else Aaron Dillard could have gotten that information.
Was it, you just said it was in the transcript from Ted Voigt's testimony?
Yes. Well, no, I didn't say that. This testimony from Ted Voigt came in after Mark Jensen had made a statement to Aaron Dillard.
So that was after.
Ted Voigt testified at the second hearing. He may have testified at the preliminary hearing, but I didn't testify about anything like that. So he testified at the second hearing after Aaron Dillard had obtained a statement from Mark Jensen.
All right.
And then you're aware that Aaron Dillard indicates that Mark Jensen told him that because he'd gotten Julie to go to the doctor, now Julie was willing to take some things. I mean, so she took the paroxetine, correct?
Correct.
And that he gave her some juice that was laced with antifreeze to go with the antifreeze. You're aware of that, right?
Yes, that's in Aaron Dillard's statement.
And Mark Jensen indicated to Aaron Dillard that then Julie was up in the middle of the night complaining that she felt drunk, and so then he took her to the computer and showed her how that could be a possible side effect of paroxetine, correct?
Yes.
And then it was the next day that, according to Aaron Dillard, Mark Jensen told Aaron Dillard that Mark Jensen went to see Dr. Borman to get a prescription for Ambien.
Yes.
And Aaron Dillard indicated that Mark Jensen said he did that because he wanted Julie to sleep through the symptoms of ethylene glycol poisoning, correct?
That's what Aaron Dillard said, yes.
Well, you know that Mark Jensen had been looking up drugs and drug interactions for, by this time, many, many weeks, correct?
At his work computer is what you said.
At his work computer and at his, well, you saw he was looking up poisons and things like that in his home computer, correct?
I think we've had this conversation about who
I know,
was
but
doing what.
I'm going through Aaron Dillard's testimony, because his
Right.
statement, because you'd indicated that David Thompson's statement is believable because it's so clearly corroborated by these phone conversations. What I'm trying to get you to recognize or acknowledge is that Aaron Dillard's statement was also very distinctly corroborated by the evidence. It fits the evidence. Evidence that Aaron Dillard could have gotten from Mark Jensen, correct?
Could have.
Yes.
Yes.
Or could have gotten from some other source. But the only source that Aaron Dillard said he saw was Ed Klug's testimony, correct?
So that's the question of what other source might he have had access to? I mean, that's my question. I don't have an answer.
Well, Ted Voigt's testimony that this jury has heard was from the second hearing that came after Aaron Dillard's conversation with Mark Jensen. You're
Yes.
aware of that?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Thomas.
Judge, I would move exhibits, I think is it 118 and 119 that's in front of you, Doctor? And I don't have any redirect.
No objection to those exhibits being marked, being received in evidence, Your Honor.
We have all the exhibits. I'm glad you admitted that, Mr.
I
Jensen.
do, Your Honor. I'm also making sure that it's the right thumb drive I'm putting back in there, or zip drive, whatever it's
We'll
called.
make sure we have it before we break.
To its rightful place.
Thank you. Okay, we're done with this witness, right, Mr. Perry?
Yes.
You're excused. Thank you. Take our lunch break. Let's be back by 1:15 today, okay? All right, we're back on a record. Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. It is the afternoon of January 27th, 2023. The appearances are the same. Jury's back in the courtroom. We are on a defense's case. With that, Ms. Krause, who's your next witness?
Ms. Renner, actually.
Ms. Renner, who's your next witness?
That will be Laurel Koster. She has requested, however, that the media not take shots of her.
I'm not going to allow that. I don't think I should allow it for the other one, so. Raise your right hand, remain standing. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. You can have a seat. Spell your first and last name for the record.
Laura Koster.
And can you spell that for us, Ms. Koster?
Yep, Laurakoster.
And Ms. Koster, I'd like to start out by having you introduce yourself a little bit to the jury. Where are you from?
I'm from here, Kenosha.
From Kenosha Lifelong?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Mark Jensen?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with him?
He's my brother.
And were you familiar with Julie Jensen?
Yes, I was.
Who is Julie Jensen to you?
She was my sister-in-law and my best friend.
So you said you're Mark's sister. Do you have any other siblings besides Mark Jensen?
No, just Mark.
And are you older or younger than he?
Younger than Mark.
Ms. Koster, when you speak, can you speak like right into that microphone?
Yes, sorry.
No, that's okay. You can actually pull it closer to you too if that'll help, or move it up and down.
Is that better?
Oh, much better. Thank you. So can you tell us a little bit about what it was like growing up as a Jensen in Kenosha?
Nothing it's just ordinary. You know, I went to school.
Where'd you go to school?
Forest Park, Southport, Lincoln, and then Tremper.
So you graduated from Tremper?
I did.
And do you know where Mark went to school? Let's say for high school.
Tremper.
You went to Tremper
Yep.
as well? Now, after high school, did you take on any higher education?
I did. I went to Parkside.
And what did you study at Parkside?
Finance.
At any point, did you go to any other colleges as well?
I did. I went to a semester at UW-Oshkosh.
And do you remember when that was?
Probably not exactly, no. But
When, like maybe your freshman or sophomore
no.
year?
It was not my freshman year. It would have been, well, maybe like the next semester in. So
Okay.
like probably like 82.
Sure. And after college, and you said you received a degree in finance?
I did.
So after college, what did you do after that with your employment?
I worked for Harris Bank and then a couple of other smaller banks to come closer to home and not have to commute so far. And then I ended up at Abbott Laboratories.
What did you do at Abbott?
I worked in IT there for most of my career.
And so when you say you worked in IT, what were you doing?
Oh, you know, I was there a long time. So everything from PC support to building servers, infrastructure support, things like that.
Okay. Are you currently employed?
No, I'm retired
And when did you retire?
last year.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
So I'm going to take you back a few decades here.
Okay.
Can you tell me about when you first met Julie Jensen?
I met her when she started dating Mark.
And at the time, did she have a different last name?
Yes, Griffin.
Okay. And do you recall how you met her?
No, not really. Just within the realm of her being around and dating Mark.
So when you first met her, was she at that point your best friend?
No.
How did that come to be?
I don't know, just over time, because when she was spending a lot of time with him, then she's in your circle because you're around the house together and things like that. So it just developed over time.
Do you remember when Mark and Julie started dating?
I mean, you want the year?
Or if anything as a point in time that would help you to remember that?
Not really. I don't. It's just so long ago.
Were you in high school when they started dating?
I don't know. I think they met I don't even know if they met in high school. I don't know if they met in college or high school.
Do you think it would potentially refresh your recollection to look at your prior testimony in this case?
Probably. Okay. So I met her after they started dating, which was apparently right after high school or in high school.
Okay. Now, do you recall when Mark graduated from high school?
1977.
And what did he do after high school?
He went to college, and then he started starting businesses like painting and things like that. Painting's the one I remember.
Okay. Do you remember where he went to college?
Oshkosh.
And when you say he had a painting business, when was that and where was that?
It was in town. So, and he was living at home, so, and he would I think he would hire, if I recall right, he would hire college kids in the summer and then paint during the summer.
Okay. And so that was here in Kenosha?
Yeah,
And that would be during the summer months during college?
correct.
And did Julie go with him when he went to Oshkosh?
Yeah, they did go to school there.
Now, do you know what Mark was studying in college?
I think it was finance,
And what was Julie studying?
nursing.
And is that something that you and Julie would talk about on occasion?
Yeah, afterwards. I mean, because I think she quit her program like in her third year, if I recall right.
Now, Ms. Koster, I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 97.
Okay.
Have you ever seen that document before?
No,
Can you tell what it is?
it's a transcript with grades.
And whose transcript is that?
Julie's.
Now, this isn't something that you've seen outside of a courtroom. Have you seen this in a courtroom previously?
I don't believe so.
Okay. But you said that's Julie Jensen's transcript?
Yeah.
So I want to just talk about some of the information that is therein. Not looking for any commentary, just looking for what is on the page.
Okay.
Now, it starts out on page 1 with a number of transfer credits,
Right.
and those include classes like biology elect. Do you see that on there?
Yep. I do. 62 credits.
And what other type of biology classes are listed under the transfer credits?
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I don't think it's relevant.
Well, we'll see where they're going. I'll give them a little leeway.
There's just general biology and biology elect.
And then are there also classes about physiology?
Yes.
What kind of classes are there for physiology?
Human?
And any psychology classes?
Yeah. There's a couple.
What are those?
Social in general and genetic.
And then moving down on the page, it appears that there's classes that were taken at UW Oshkosh,
Yep.
and those actually have grades associated with them on that transcript, right?
Right. Yep.
Fair to say the transfer credits didn't have grades.
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you about her grades in some certain classes. How about let's start out with human anatomy. Can you find that on there?
She's got a B.
And general organ biochem?
A.
How about bacteriology?
B.
Pharmacology?
A.
Medvac and epid?
A.
Genetics?
A.
Now we've also got psychology of abnormal behavior,
A.
sociology of the family.
A.
Do you see anything except A's and B's on that transcript?
No, she was really smart. I think she almost had a 4.0 average.
Wow. It also indicates that Ms. Jensen was awarded an associate's degree. Is that right? On the second page?
Yes.
Now, I think you said that Julie ended up not finishing her degree.
That's what I remember. Not their bachelor's degree.
Okay, so she got the associate's.
Yeah, I never knew she had an associate's degree.
Okay. Do you know why she didn't complete that education?
No, there was something that happened, but I was never told what happened.
Okay.
But she decided to quit.
Now, based on your conversations with Ms. Jensen, as you got to know her and had a friendship with her, did any of those areas or subjects continue to interest her after college?
I don't think that I wouldn't say that they interested her. I would say that she applied them.
Okay. And can you think of anything specifically that she had applied?
Like just general health care and first aid. You know what I mean? So it would be like, these are my symptoms. What do you think I have? Oh, it sounds like an upper respiratory infection. Things like that.
So you would come to her with your medical questions?
Sometimes, yeah, if I wasn't sure.
Now, I understand that Ms. Jensen ended up not finishing her degree. Do you know what she did after leaving school at UW Oshkosh?
I do not.
Do you know if she ended up coming back to Kenosha?
I do not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. So when was it that you and Julie got close?
I don't have a distinct moment where it happened that I can say it happened at this, at this period of time in our lives.
Okay. Where was Julie living when the two of you were close?
I think she was, until she was living at home, I don't know where she went in between that. It's like my recollection really starts at the strongest when they got engaged and were starting to plan to get married.
Were you a part of the wedding planning?
I was.
Why were you a part of the wedding planning?
Because I was maid of honor.
And who asked you to be maid of honor?
She did.
How'd that make you feel?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, do you recall when Mark and Julie Jensen got married?
The year?
Year or the date, what you recall?
April 14th.
Okay.
And I don't know the year off the top of my head.
Was there something that happened at the rehearsal dinner that stood out to you?
Yeah.
Can you tell us about that?
Her mom had like an episode, a medical episode, and had a seizure at the rehearsal dinner.
What happened when Julie's mom had the seizure at the rehearsal dinner? Do you recall?
Yeah. Julie jumped in and told everybody not to do anything because she would, all likelihood, because she was seizing and she would likely bite your finger off. And then she said, just let her go.
Okay. Was an ambulance called?
Yeah.
Do you recall if Mark had any reaction at that time to the...
I don't recall his reaction.
And you just described Julie's reaction. Did she ever talk with you about that episode later in your friendship?
No, not really in detail. It was like once it was over, it was just over.
Okay. Well, did Julie ever talk with you about mental illness?
Yes.
What were those conversations about?
I'm objecting. I think that this is calling for hearsay.
We're getting close, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
Your Honor, at this time, I think we should talk about this outside the presence of
All
the
right,
jury.
folks, you get an early break. Please don't talk about the case. Side of the courtroom. What exception are you using to get this hearsay in?
Your Honor, I believe, first off, it is impeachment of other witnesses who say that there is no history of mental illness. Additionally, I believe it goes to much of Julie Jensen's own mental state of what she thought about her history as well as her dealings with her family's mental illness.
You want to say anything, Ms. McNeil?
So what statute are you relying on for the hearsay exception? Because just saying it's impeachment doesn't make hearsay admissible. So what is the hearsay statute, is what I'm wondering that the defense is relying upon.
One moment, let me look up at the exact statutes. I would direct the court to 90803.
Sub 3?
Correct. About then existing mental state. This also is impeachment of Paul Griffin, who indicated that he was not aware of any history of mental illness within the family until the time of the rehearsal dinner. Additionally, I would say that it is a prior inconsistent statement, which is the impeachment.
A prior inconsistent statement of whom?
Of Mr. Griffin.
So she's going to testify to something Paul Griffin said?
No, to something that Julie Jensen said that was different than what Paul Griffin said.
Right, but that's not a prior inconsistent statement. Prior inconsistent statement deals with the same person. And subsection 3 is then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. Then existing, not history. What is attempted to be introduced here is Julie recounting a history, not her then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition.
Which has been discussed in Jensen 2 extensively, that her mental state and what she saw as her statements about her mental state as well as her mental health history, including that of her family, should be admissible.
Well, if they get into specific questions of the existing state of mind, emotion, in that area, I'm going to allow it under sub 3.
I think current, not historical.
Well, she'd have to be pretty definite about what was said. we're not just going to have a rambling answer. She's going to have to talk about when the statement was made and what the statement was, and that's what sub 3 says. It says statement, doesn't say history.
Right, exactly. I'm objecting to history.
Right. So you can ask specific statements, okay?
Thank you.
Good. Bring the jury back. For the jury. All right, we are back on the record. Mark Jensen, the appearances are the same. Jury's back in the courtroom. The witness is still under oath. You can continue, Ms. Renner.
Thank you. And let's be a little more specific here. After the rehearsal dinner, did you have any conversations with Julie Jensen about her mother?
No. I mean, not in that regard to that incident.
Okay. Did you ever find out why there was seizures occurring?
I believe it was an alcohol issue.
An alcohol issue, what do you mean by that?
It was like a withdrawal.
Okay. And during Did Julie Jensen ever confide in you about concerns about herself based on her family history?
I can recall one instance.
And do you recall when that was?
I could get close by the year.
So can you do that for us, please?
It would either be 95, 96, or after that when I was working part-time.
And what did Ms. Jensen tell you about her concerns?
She was just concerned because of her family history that she just didn't want to get. She didn't want to get it.
When you say get it, what was she talking about?
Well, she didn't want to have depression or any mental health issues.
Did she ever confide to you about mental health treatment she was receiving?
No, not at that time. She did later, but not at that time.
Not at that time?
No.
Okay. So going back to the 1980s,
Okay.
could you describe what you saw in Mark and Julie's relationship in the 1980s?
Just two people dating, doing normal dating things.
Did you spend time with both Julie and Mark during that period?
Some, but not a lot. I mean, he was older. So, I mean, they had their own circle of friends. So, I would see them when I was home and they were around.
Okay.
For the most part.
Now, did Julie and Mark have a child?
Yes.
And do you recall when that occurred?
They had more than one, but it was 1990.
For the first child?
Yeah,
And what was his name?
David.
So can you tell me about when you found out that Julie Jensen was pregnant? How'd you find out?
I don't remember specifically, but I'm pretty sure she probably told me.
What was her reaction to being pregnant?
She was very happy. She loved little babies. She loves children, so
And what about Mark? What was his reaction?
they were both happy as far as I can recall.
And do you remember what year David was born in?
1990.
Now, did you ever have occasion to see Julie interact with David when he was young?
Yeah.
And how would you describe their relationship?
It was a good relationship. I mean, she was a great mom, you know, and I thought she was a great mom. I learned a lot from her. I think she must have had more experience with children than I did, because I did not have any experience with children.
What about Mark? Did you see him with David?
Oh, sure, but not as much, because he was working.
And how would you describe Mark's fathering abilities?
Fine. You know, he was there less, obviously, but he was fine at it.
All right. Now, when David was born, was Julie still working?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, no, she was.
Oh.
I think she was.
And do you know what she was doing for work?
She was working for a stock brokerage firm, I think in Lake Forest.
Do you remember her getting any licenses or anything for that job?
Yeah, I think she got her Series 7, if I recall right.
What's a Series 7?
Stock brokerage license.
Okay. Did she do any classes or go back to school to do that, to your knowledge?
I don't know if she did. I think she might have studied for it on her own.
So fair to say that Julie Jensen was a smart person?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to take you to the 90s now.
Okay.
And did Julie Jensen have her own vehicle?
Yes.
And from what you saw, could she come and go from the home as she pleased?
Yes.
Would you describe her as a woman who would act independently, or was she dependent on Mark to tell her what to do?
No, she didn't need Mark to tell her what to do.
Now, I think you said, or at least alluded to the fact that at some point Julie stopped working,
She did.
and she did that to be a stay-at-home mother?
Yes.
Were there any other kids in the 90s that you're aware of that were watched by Julie?
Yeah. There was, well, Douglas came along after 5 years ago or 5 years later, but she watched mine, and then there was some other children in there too that would, you know, weave in and out as she was watching them, and then they would drop off and not be watched by her anymore, and then she might pick up another child to take care of.
So you had a son.
I did.
And when did you have your son?
In 1991.
And what's his name?
Drake.
Do you remember when you started having Julie care for him?
Right when I went back to work.
Any idea when that would have been?
It would have been like probably, it would have been April-ish of 91.
Okay. And how often would Drake stay and be cared for by Julie?
5 days a week for 2 to 3 years.
And so when Drake was being cared for by Julie, would that be at Julie's home, at your home?
Julie's home.
And how many times a day then would you see Julie?
Twice. Dropping off and picking up.
Now, I understand it sounds like at some point you stopped having Julie care for Drake. Is that true?
I did.
Why?
There were, you know, over time, I don't think she was that happy in watching all of those multiple children. So it was just a situation where there was a couple things that had built that I was noticing that I was just watching. But then there was an incident where she called me at work one day and was really yelling at me, which is not Julie's demeanor at all. And she just said that I needed to get home and get home now, and that the kids had like feces all over the walls. And I was like, what? And so I left work, drove home, and I called Mark and I said, you need to get your ass home, excuse me, because I don't know what's going on, but there's something wrong. And when I got there, he had beat me because he didn't have to drive as far as I did. And
How far of a drive was it for you?
25 to 30 minutes. So he was there, and the kids were there, and there really wasn't anything wrong.
So there wasn't feces?
No.
Was there anything to indicate that there had been cleaning happening?
No.
And do you recall approximately when this happened?
It would have happened in 1990. I think it would have happened in 1995, early 1995, because I went on leave shortly after that.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 120. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
It's my official request to my director for a leave of absence.
So that's the letter that you wrote?
Yeah.
And when was that written?
I drafted it February 14th, 1995.
And how close to this incident with the feces, no feces, was that?
I don't remember like an exact number of days, but I went home that night and discussed it with my husband. And then with all things combined, I just told him that I felt that I needed to be home for a while to take stock of some things and, figure out what's going on. And so he just said, do it, see if you can get it done.
Okay.
And so I went in and I wrote the letter.
And does that letter indicate that there's child care issues?
It does.
And what were you referring to when you said there was child care issues?
The last incident, because it was the most grave incident. So, it was really the only thing that I was referring to when I wrote this.
Did you remain friends with Julie after that?
Yes.
And did you continue to see her?
Yep.
How regularly would you see her?
We generally got together once a week,
Okay.
and it was usually Thursdays. It was just so we had a schedule. So, and we continued that even then when I was done. I signed up for a 6-month leave, which was a family leave, which I didn't realize, but there was a family leave that the company put me in for 6 months, and then I requested an extension, which was a personal leave. So once I went back to work, I went back to work 3 days a week. And so we could still keep our Thursday get-togethers, which was just the kids hanging out and me and Julie generally sitting around chatting.
Okay. So were you aware of the division of duties in the Jensen home?
Yeah.
How were the duties in the Jensen home divided?
I would say probably not that differently than my house. It was just traditional. If you're on leave or you're working part-time, you do most of the house things because the other person is gone a lot longer during the day. So that you're not spending your weekends running errands that you could get done during the day in like a quarter of the time.
So fair to say that Mark would work?
Yes.
Julie took care of the house?
Yes.
Do you know who took care of the family's finances?
Julie did.
And how do you know that? Did she talk to you about it?
Yeah. I mean, in general, I mean, she bought all the groceries, did all the shopping and things like that for the most part. But she was constantly trying to be smart with the way that she spent the money.
Okay. Now, you said that Julie bought all the food for the house? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Who did the cooking?
Julie.
Now, at some point, did Julie have a conversation with you about how she did the finances in the home?
I'm going to object. This is calling for hearsay again.
Sustained.
Do you know how she took care of the finances in the home?
I'm objecting. The basis of the answer would be hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I think we need to talk about this.
It doesn't fall under subsection 3 that we talked about, so.
Your Honor, this is impeachment material.
No, it's not. Because
Hang on. Take a break, folks. Courtroom. Go ahead, Ms. Renner.
Your Honor, the state presented the testimony of Therese DeFazio, who stated that Julie Jensen had no idea how to use a computer, that Julie said that. This goes to Julie Jensen using the computer for the home finances.
So what was testified to was that Julie could not turn on the computer, but if the computer was turned on, she could type things into it. And the only evidence that exists here is that things were typed into Quicken. And so this is not impeachment of Julie Jensen's statements. What it is an effort to introduce evidence of Julie Jensen's out-of-court statement to prove the truth of the matter asserted, which is hearsay, and the defense cannot do that with Julie Jensen.
Just let me, what offer of proof, what is she going to say about the finances?
That Julie Jensen.
Well, objection. Your Honor, I object to the witness. I think that this witness should tell us what she's going to say.
The lawyer could give, I said an offer of proof from the lawyer.
But you see, if the witness is sitting right there, Your Honor, the witness could be influenced by the offer of proof.
Do you want her
Your
to
Honor,
leave the courtroom?
I can leave.
She testified to this last time, too, and there was no objection.
That doesn't mean there's not going to be one this time.
I don't want to get into that because each side, when Judge Schrader made the decision that helps them, they agreed with him. But when he made it, let me just finish. When he made a decision that didn't help him, then he said, forget it. I don't want to get into it. So what did she say last night?
Last time she said, and I believe she's going to say this time, that she spoke with Julie Jensen about using Quicken, and that Julie explained to her that she used Quicken on the computer for the home finances and how it worked.
That's already in the evidence, right? That's already in front of the jury that she did the finances on Quicken. So
well, it's somewhat in at this point. It was during the computer testimony, we were able to get in the information that Quicken was used, and I don't believe there's been any direct testimony to say that Julie did it. It's been inferred many times, but I don't think it's actually been testified to.
well, the subject has come up, so to move forward here, I'll let you ask just a few questions in that area, and we'll move on. Just on the issue of Quicken and the finances, all right?
Exactly. And that's
all right.
what I wanted.
Bring the jury back out.
All rise.
We're back on the record on Mark Jensen's case, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. Jury's back in a courtroom, and the witness is still under oath. You can ask your question, Ms. Renner.
So are you aware of what Julie used for the home finances?
Yes, she used the checkbook, and then she also used Quicken as an application to try, the purpose for that is to try to dig down deeper to categorize your spend so that you can manage it more effectively. So you'll know how much you're spending on your groceries. You're going to know how much you're spending on, clothes, diapers, that sort of thing.
And that's something that Julie talked to you about?
Yeah, she was trying it, and it sounded like a good idea. So I basically told her, let me know how you like it. If you like it, maybe I'll try it. So she was trying it out for a period of time.
And did she ever talk with you about any other things she did on the computer?
I think she would search for activities for children and things like, I remember Disney. Don't remember any details about that, but probably mostly around the kids.
And she would use the internet for that?
Yeah.
Now, after David was born, are you aware of any marital issues that occurred in the Jensen home?
Yes.
How did you become aware?
Julie asked me to go to lunch, and she had a conversation with me.
And what was that conversation about?
I'm objecting again.
Sustained.
Hearsay.
What was Julie Jensen's demeanor when you got to that lunch?
It's not relevant. Objection.
Well, I think she's trying to lay a foundation, so.
She was excited.
What do you mean by she was excited?
She was excited. She had met somebody through work, and she was crazy about this man. So she was excited.
And she was telling you about that?
Yes, she told me that she had had an affair. She asked me not to tell Mark. And she was very happy. And she wanted to marry this man.
Did you tell Mark about this?
No, she asked me not to.
And as your friend, you?
Correct.
At some point, did you become aware that there was a divorce filed?
I knew after the fact.
Okay.
But I believe she withdrew it.
Okay. Now, in 1998, the year that Julie Jensen passed, how often would you see Julie?
Generally once a week. Wait, can you say that again?
In 1998, which is the year that Julie passed away,
Yeah.
how often would you see Julie?
Once a week. Oh, actually more than once a week that year, because the kids were in some activities together.
What activities?
They were in karate,
And what days did the karate happen?
Mondays and Wednesdays.
Okay. And during these Mondays and Wednesdays, like what would happen during karate?
Well, we would just sit around and talk, and Douglas was there, so he would play because it was adjacent to like a gym where they were teaching the karate. it was an open floor plan to the gym area where he would play there, and we would just stand there and watch them do their karate and let Doug play.
Do you remember how old David would have been at that point in 1998?
8, 9, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 8. Sorry. Sorry.
And how old was Doug?
Doug would have been 5 years younger, so he would have been 3.
And when the older boys were in karate, are you aware if Doug was participating in any programs or anything like that?
Like our extracurricular programs?
Or curricular programs? Was he in preschool?
He did start preschool, I think, when he was in his 3rd year at some point.
Do you know about when Doug would have started preschool?
I think not exactly like if it was at 3 or 3.5, but he was in his 3s.
Okay. Would that have started in like September or January?
No, I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you recall talking with Ms. Jensen about how she felt about Doug starting preschool?
Yeah.
And how did she feel?
I think she was happy about it on some days, and then realizing sad about it on others. It's just like when you send your child off to college. You're super happy that they're going. You're also super sad that they're going to be gone. There was a little bit of that.
So kind of empty nest?
A little bit, yes.
Now, are you aware of how Julie would fill her days when Doug was at preschool?
No, not really.
Now, also in 1998, did you notice anything that was happening with David as far as, I think, tics or anything like that?
David had tics. I do not remember the year.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I guess I do. He did have tics then because they went away.
Okay. What were the tics that you observed?
He would like have a tick on his face, and he also had a nervous habit of twirling his hair all the time.
When you say a tick on his face, can you describe that or?
It was just it was like an involuntary facial movement.
Okay. And you said that those stopped?
They did go away.
When did they go away?
I can't say exactly when, but it would have been later in 1998 or 1999.
Was it before or after Ms. Jensen passed away?
I think it was after.
Now I'm going to direct you to Thanksgiving of 1998.
Okay.
Is there anything about Thanksgiving 1998 that you recall or made Thanksgiving memorable?
It was a normal Thanksgiving. It was fine. And we did our normal trek where we were going to go up north after that for the weekend. And Drake wanted David to go. David wanted to come with. And Julie just wanted to stay home for whatever reason. He did end up going, but her preference was that he would have stayed home.
Was there like any arguments or anything about that?
Not between me and Julie, but between Mark and Julie.
Did you see?
It wasn't much. They went into the living room, had a sidebar conversation, and came back and said he could go.
Well, in 1998, did Julie tell you about any concerns she had about Mark?
Yes.
What did she say or do?
We had a conversation in fall, and she asked me, there was a couple different things that she had asked me in that fall. She had, she was having doubts about Mark for sure. And my thought of it was that she was unsure of what she was thinking, and she wanted to ask me a couple of questions to see if I could give her my opinion on it.
What kind of questions did she ask you?
She had asked me to look at a photo of a planner with a list on it in a plastic, like pretty large syringe, not a needled syringe, but like a plastic one that you would use to flush something out with, or dog medication, something like that. All she did was show it to me and ask me what I thought.
And do you recall what you told her?
I was not sure what she was looking for, and I told her it didn't seem that odd to me. But what I noted was her unsureness and the oddness of the question.
Now, did you ever have a conversation with Julie where she said that she thought Mark might be trying to kill her?
Yes, that was after that,
Okay.
but not the, I don't have a time frame for it. But we were at her house outside in the front with the kids playing. And she did mention that she thought that Mark might be trying to kill her. And she asked me if I saw it. And I looked at her because I was stunned. And she looked back at me and she said, "You don't see it." I said, "I don't." But I told her, I said, don't take my word for it. Because Julie never complained about Mark. So it wasn't part of our friendship that she would complain about him. So I told her, don't listen to me if that's what you think. If you feel you're in danger, come home with me and stay at my house, bring the kids, and we will make sure that Mark doesn't get close to you until you can figure this whole thing out. Or if you're not comfortable doing that because Mark's my brother, then go to Paul's, because I'm sure Paul will do the same thing.
And who's Paul?
Her brother.
And do you know where Paul was living at that time?
He lived in Kenosha. I don't remember where, but he lived in Kenosha. And I told her if she didn't want to do that, she should just grab her checkbook, pack up her kids, get in her car, and go wherever she wanted to go. But she shouldn't have stayed.
So Julie had access to a vehicle,
She had her own car. Yes.
and she had access to the checkbook?
Yeah. Yes, she did.
Did Julie accept your assistance?
She did not. She wasn't scared. It was a conversation while our kids were playing around us. It was a very, the emotional aspect of that conversation was extraordinarily flat for the topic of conversation.
Now, I understand you saw Julie at karate the Monday before she passed away. Is that correct?
I did.
And do you remember what the date would have been back then?
The 3rd was a Thursday, correct?
Yes.
So it would have been November 30th.
And can you tell me about Julie's demeanor during that conversation?
She was sad. For sure, she was sad.
What made you think that she was sad?
Well, just the conversation, you could tell she was sad.
And what did Julie tell you?
She told me that she was going to the doctor. Oops, sorry. She was going to the doctor and that she was going to be treated for depression. She told me she wasn't going to be at karate the next time and that Mark would bring David. And she said she wouldn't be seeing me for a few days because she had been treated for depression before and been put on medication, and it always made her feel terrible. So she said she wouldn't be around for a little bit. And I gave her a hug, and I told her that if she needed anything to give me a call, and that I would try to stop by on Thursday on my day off and check in on her.
Did she give you a call before Thursday?
No. And I did stop on Thursday,
About what time did you stop? Do you recall?
about 3 o'clock. I was on my way to go get my son. It was just on the way.
And what did you see when you were there at 3 o'clock?
There was a small FedEx box on the porch, and the house was pretty dark. Like the curtains or the blinds in the back were all shut, and it was just dark. So it didn't look like anybody was up. So I didn't ring the bell or anything because I didn't want to wake her, and I just left.
Did it look like Mark was at home at that point?
No, it didn't look like anybody was home.
So how did you find out that Julie Jensen passed away on December 3rd?
I got a phone call to come pick up the boys and bring them home with me.
Who called you?
I don't remember.
Now, at some point, did you have an appointment to speak with law enforcement about Julie Jensen's passing?
We did. We got a call of an answering machine. I think there was a message that was left on our answering machine. Oops. And my husband called the officer back, and he set up an appointment. And he came home and he told me that he set up the appointment. And I was like, well, geez, it's like she just passed away. Can we process this and have a little time for grieving? And can we do it a little later? And he's like, I don't know, I'll check with my dad. So he checked with his dad, and his dad said, sure, I think that'll work. They should accommodate your schedule. So he called back, canceled it, and said, we'd like to get through the holidays, and then we would be happy to meet with them. And my husband told me that the detective said he would call us back after the holidays, and we never heard from them. So we didn't think that that they needed to talk to us.
So did you go to, or I should say, when did you first see Mark after Julie's passing?
I don't remember the exact day.
It wasn't that day?
It would have been, I don't know. It wouldn't have been the exact day. It would have been for sure when I brought the boys back. And then I know I helped him get his bearings for like the kids in school, contact information updated, drop off and pickups and things like that okayed. And so, because he didn't know how to do any of that stuff. So I helped him with all of that.
How often would you be with Mark helping on those things?
I think once we got him in place, he could do it. It was just getting the initial, these are the processes.
And how would you describe Mark's demeanor during those first days?
Overwhelmed. I don't think he ever realized how much Julie did or how to do it.
Did he appear upset?
I would say that he was upset and just lost in general about how to move forward.
Did you see any signs of grieving?
Yeah.
What did you see?
He wouldn't, I think he would, it was general frustration that, I just don't know how am I going to get all this done. He didn't break down and cry in front of me on a regular basis or anything like that. I was there helping him, and we were working on getting things done.
Now, did you attend the wake?
I did.
And during the wake, did you see anything that was out of place?
Not that I remember.
Did Mark appear to be grieving?
Yes,
And did you attend the funeral?
I did.
And did Mark appear to be grieving at the funeral?
Yes.
And when you say he was grieving, what did you see?
Well, he was crying for sure, not the entire time, but but it's a sad situation.
Fair to say you were grieving too?
100%.
To receiving that phone call on your answering machine, did you ever call Detective Ratsburg?
No. Why would I didn't call him? I wouldn't have known Detective Ratsburg.
Nothing further.
Who's doing the cross for the state?
I am, Judge.
Go ahead.
There are two legal issues we have to address before that begins.
Another break, folks. You're getting your exercise this afternoon. All right, the jury's outside the courtroom. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
So I just feel like this is something we're likely to argue about, so I wanted to bring it up. So the phone call that the witness was just asked about to Detective Ratsburg, Detective Ratsburg has noted and put in his report that during that phone call, the witness expressed to him that she was afraid that her brother had killed her best friend. And so I would like to ask her about that, since she is denying. The phone call came from her to the detective, and that she indicated, not in a voicemail, but she indicated directly to the detective.
So she talked to the detective is what you're telling me.
Right. That is what Detective Ratsburg would testify to. Now, I didn't ask him that because we didn't have this witness yet.
All right.
I just asked him whether a conversation occurred.
What's your other issue? You said you had a couple legal issues.
Yes. The other issue is this witness has continually given Mark Jensen money on his commissary account, about $200 a month since he's been in the jail in relation to this case. I would like to ask her about that, as it shows bias that she is actively giving money to the defendant.
Well, we know it's his sister, so.
Right.
Right, but adult siblings don't always get along, and we have very recent evidence, $200 a month and $100 as recently as January 4th of 2023. So that is very recent evidence of bias, and I don't think bias can necessarily be presumed just because they're siblings when they're long adults. And, she has given him this money in spite of him having a very large balance of over $4,000 in his commissary account. So it's not like he's without money, and she's just, trying to make sure he has soap and things like that. So I do think it shows bias.
How does the jury know that he has $4,000?
Well, I would ask this witness what she knows about it.
All right. Who wants to respond?
Your Honor, first off, as far as this commissary account, I think that first off it's problematic because it shows that Mr. Jensen is currently in custody, which is something that this court and all courts go to great lengths to make sure doesn't come in when it's unnecessary to, because of the extreme bias that it actually causes in the mind of a juror. Additionally, I don't believe that putting money on your brother's books shows bias. It may show that she is helping him, but I don't think it shows bias. If the state wants to ask if she has a close relationship with her brother and that she is supportive of him, they can ask that. Getting into this whole thing about commissary just goes to show that he is currently in custody.
Well, we're going to allow the question as to the conversation or whatever was said to the detective. I think that's relevant. I don't want to get into commissary. I think it's just going to open up too many issues that we don't need to get into. So we're not going to ask that question. Okay, you ready to do your cross then, Ms.
Yes.
McHugh? All right, bring them back out. Rise for the jury. We're back on the record. Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. Appearances are the same. The witness is still under oath. The jury's back in the courtroom. You can start your cross, Ms. McNeil.
So you were just asked a question about whether you contacted Detective Ratsberg in the days or a short amount of time following Julie Jensen's death. Do you recall that question?
I do.
And you're denying that you had any conversation with Detective Ratsberg by phone during that time period?
I do.
Isn't it true that you did speak to Detective Ratsberg?
No.
Isn't it true that you told Detective Ratsberg that you were concerned, that you were worried that your brother killed your best friend?
No, I didn't know Detective Ratsberg.
But you knew that the Pleasant Prairie Police Department was investigating this
I did
death.
not. How would I know that? Nobody ever told me.
So you were not aware that the Pleasant Prairie Police Department was investigating the death of your sister-in-law?
No, I did not.
So when you picked up the two boys at the house, you didn't see police cars all over the place?
Sure, but there was a death.
And the cause of death was undetermined, right?
We didn't know that.
Lack of knowledge would call for speculation.
I'm asking if she knows.
It's overruled. Go ahead.
Can you ask me it again, please?
You knew that the cause of death was undetermined, right?
We didn't know the cause of death until after all of the medical stuff had been done, and if I recall, that was like 6 or 8 weeks later.
Correct. For a very long time, a cause of death of a 40-year-old woman was unknown.
Yes, but that was because of the testing process, correct?
Regardless of the cause, you were aware that there were a bunch of police at that house when Julie Jensen died, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware she was a 40-year-old woman and there was no obvious explanation for her to die.
Other than the fact that she just told me 3 days prior she was going on medication for depression and it was going to make her feel like terrible so she wouldn't be at karate. I do remember that part. I thought she had some sort of drug interaction that was the problem.
You thought that because your brother told you that, right?
No, I thought that because she told me she was being treated for depression.
So before we continue along this time period, I want to ask you a few questions about Julie Jensen.
Okay.
She was someone she always kept her house clean and spotless, right?
It was clean.
Okay. So when you describe this incident, you're testifying about a feces incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That would be something that would make anyone not happy, correct?
Correct.
And what Julie had actually told you is that your son Drake had wiped feces on the bathroom walls, correct?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And so she calls the mother of the child who has done this,
Correct.
And she informs the mother that this has occurred, correct?
Correct.
And it takes you around 25 to 30 minutes to get to her home.
Correct.
And don't you think that Julie Jensen cleaned up the mess?
There was no mess. There was no cleaning smell. There was no nothing. I had Mark and Julie standing in the room, not even looking at each other, and they were absolutely silent.
So you are saying that arriving 25 to 30 minutes after this incident, you saw no mess?
There was no mess.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that it was Julie's preference to stay home with the kids?
It is true.
And Mark wanted her to get a job.
There was a period of time, yes, he wanted her to get a job.
Well, and that period of time was up to her death.
No, her job was taking care of the kids. That
And
was an agreed upon thing between the two of them. So her job was watching her children and watching other people's children.
But isn't it true that in the weeks and months before Julie Jensen's death, Mark wanted her to get a job?
I didn't have that conversation with Julie. I knew that she was going to look for a job in a school because she liked being around children. And I thought she got it. I thought they offered her the position, but she chose not to take it. That's what I recall.
So I just asked you what Mark wanted, okay?
Okay.
Now, isn't it true that Mark was condescending to Julie?
Not around me.
Okay. Isn't it true that he destroyed her self-esteem?
Not around me. And Julie did not complain about it.
Isn't it true that Mark thought that women who stayed at home are brain dead?
He didn't respect that position as much as he respected his own.
Now, you testified about this time period when Julie Jensen had this affair and she was looking into getting divorced,
Yes.
correct? Isn't it true that Julie was afraid that if she got divorced, Mark would take the kids?
Yes, that was true.
And that's actually something that he told her, right?
I don't know if he told her that. It was a fear that she had.
So you are denying that Mark Jensen threatened her and said, if we get divorced, I'm taking the kids?
I don't recall her telling me that.
And so in 1998, when these marital issues are happening, even in spite of that, Julie Jensen was considering divorce, wasn't she?
In 1998?
Right. During the time period before her death, when she had all these concerns about her marriage, she was considering divorce, wasn't she?
I'm not aware of that.
Now, Julie Jensen, she was also preparing for things like normal people would do. Thanksgiving, correct? Where was Thanksgiving? It was at her house, right?
No, usually Thanksgiving was at my parents' house.
Okay, so Thanksgiving was at your parents' house?
Usually.
But she contributed to it?
Yes,
And she was preparing for Christmas, correct?
for sure.
Now, there's been a lot of testimony about Julie Jensen's mother, and you described the incident at the rehearsal. That incident, I think you said, was from alcohol withdrawal, something like that?
I believe that's what I was told.
Now, Julie herself was not a drinker, right?
She was not a big drinker at all, no.
So she's not the kind of person who you would ever think might be drunk during the day,
Correct.
especially when she has kids to worry about.
Correct.
And Julie actually, during this fall period of 1998, Julie would actually take your son, Drake, to karate, right?
Yes, she would pick him up from his school at aftercare and drive him there, and I would meet them there.
And that was because of your work schedule.
Correct. And the fact that his school was a half a block away from KYF.
Now, about the week of Julie's death, did Douglas go into daycare full time?
I don't remember the date that Doug went into daycare.
Now, you're very familiar with Julie and her interest and things like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she was interested in gardening,
She did like gardening.
and she was interested in sewing and doing crafts like that.
Yes.
She would make her kids Halloween costumes.
I don't remember that, but she probably did.
That was consistent with her.
It was
interest.
consistent with the things she would do, yes.
She obviously had the book club.
Yes.
And you are saying that she searched on the internet for things for the kids.
I think it was activities, maybe sewing things. It was the things that she was interested in.
Okay, but you specifically said that she searched on the internet for like Disney stuff for the kids?
We had conversations about Disney for a period of time. She had wanted to go to Disney and take the kids to Disney.
Okay, so we'll see those searches on the internet?
I don't know. I wasn't with her when she did the searches. It was just a conversation in her kitchen.
Okay, but Julie's interests, you are saying that she would search for on the internet?
I think so, yes.
Now, Mark Jensen also used Quicken, right?
I don't know if Mark used it, but I know that Julie used it. I mean, they could both have used it. They both used the checkbook.
I mean, both parties would be interested in the family finances,
I would
right?
think so, yes.
And Mark Jensen, he had a client named Jeff Sorensen, right?
Yes, he was a dentist. He was my dentist.
Okay, and so if that information about Jeff Sorensen is on Quicken, that would be because he's Mark's client.
It would be because she's paying a bill because they got dentistry done there. That's why it would be in Quicken.
Okay, so Jeff Sorensen's stock information, his portfolio, would be on Quicken to pay a bill?
I don't know if that would probably be an entry that Mark would have made if he's doing business with the man and he paid money or something like that. I'm not familiar with why he would have an entry like that, but it's his business.
Now, you talked about Julie Jensen ending her college studies of nursing, correct?
Correct.
And I think you testified a little while ago that some incident happened and you didn't know why she ended her studies.
No, I did not know why.
Hadn't you testified in the past that it's something that she didn't want to do? She didn't feel like she wanted to do it?
It could be. Yep. I mean, I don't have a specific reason, so without a specific alternative reason, I'm guessing she didn't want to do it.
Okay, so there's no nefarious incident that occurred?
Not that I'm aware of.
And leading up to this time when you ended up taking a leave from your work to take care of your son, Drake, did Julie ever actually say, I don't want to watch Drake anymore?
No.
Okay, so what you have explained is based on whatever you observed, correct?
Correct.
And the specific thing that you have testified to about observing is the feces incident.
That was the largest incident.
Now, you've talked about the time period after Julie died and having to help Mark navigate life with the kids.
Yeah.
But that wasn't for long
No.
because Kelly was there.
I don't know if Kelly was there. She wasn't there when I was there. I
Well-
don't think I met Kelly until Easter.
Didn't you go to David's birthday party that January?
I'm sure I went.
Kelly was there.
I don't remember her being there.
Was she just introduced to you as a work friend?
Well, if she was introduced to me, I'm sure she was introduced to me as a work friend, or I would be really angry.
Because you did not know that your brother was having an affair with Kelly at any point until after Julie's death, correct?
Correct.
And do you think if you had known that, you might have had a better understanding of Julie's demeanor before her death, if you had known that Mark was having an affair?
Well, yes.
Now, I want to ask you about these pretty concerning conversations that you had with Julie in the weeks before her death. So you have testified that she showed you a photo.
Yes.
And describe for us what was that photo?
It was a planner with a list of things on it and a plastic, I said syringe, but it's not a syringe because there's no needle. But it's a plastic, it is a syringe, but there's no needle. You just put like water in it and it pushes it out the other end. So that's what it was. I have things at home that I do that with my dog. So, but it was plastic.
So from what you could see in the photo, it appeared to be a syringe and you just didn't see a needle.
There was no needle, no.
And so you know this was from Mark's planner.
Yes,
And you know that Julie took a picture of it.
yes.
So Julie was very concerned about this.
She was not concerned when she showed me the picture.
So she just...
She was
you know,
concerned when she took the picture, for sure. But she wasn't concerned when she showed it to me. She just asked me what I thought about it.
Okay, well, people show each other pictures of their kids and of their dogs, and she's showing you a picture of her husband's day planner. So
Correct.
don't you think she was concerned?
She was not concerned. She wanted my opinion on it, and she just wanted to know what I thought about it. She was not upset in any way.
So What was she asking your opinion on? Mark's handwriting? You know,
She did not lead me to anything. She simply asked me, what do you think about this?
So you are saying that you literally had no idea why she was showing you this or what her concerns were?
Correct. It was clearly Mark's, but I didn't know why she was showing it to me.
And you didn't ask?
I told her I didn't think it was a big deal. And she did not offer why she was asking me. That was the end of it. She was fine with that answer. And it was literally a 10 to 15 second, probably 30-second interaction on it.
Well, she told you that she had taken these pictures and given them to a neighbor, right?
I think she did tell me that I think she gave some pictures to a neighbor, yes.
So
She didn't tell me that she's taking this, I don't think she told me that she was taking that picture to the neighbor. I didn't know what picture she was taking to the neighbor. But she was friends with her neighbor, and she said she gave him some pictures.
So in this same conversation, she also told you that?
I don't think it was the same conversation.
You think it was
No, maybe it was.
I mean,
I honestly don't remember. I think it was. I might have just gotten myself confused.
Okay, so you are not testifying that there were multiple conversations?
No, there were not multiple conversations, so it had to be the same conversation.
Now I want to ask you about this conversation you had when Julie expressed her concern that your brother was trying to kill her.
Okay.
You said, I believe, she had a very flat demeanor.
It was, yes. It was much the same demeanor as the photo. It was just a conversation. We were talking, and she changed the subject, and that was the subject change.
Okay, so tell us everything you know about this conversation, everything you remember about it.
We were in the front yard. It was fall. It was a really warm day, which is why we were outside letting the kids play in the driveway. And so they were playing around us, and we were just standing there while they were playing, and we were chatting. And she asked me the question, or not, she just made the statement. And she asked me what I thought about it. And I turned and I looked at her, and I just stared at her for a second to figure out what is she thinking. And she looked back at me and she said, "You don't see it." And I said, "I don't. But if you're in danger and you really feel like you're in danger, then you need to go and don't listen to my opinion. Come to my house. We will keep Mark away from you until you can figure out what to do. And if you don't want to do that because he's my brother, go to your brother because he will help you. And if you don't want to do that for whatever reason, then grab your checkbook, get the kids, get your car, and go wherever you want to go. But you shouldn't stay here."
So Julie was concerned enough about what was going on in her life and her relationship with your brother that she told you that she was afraid he was going to kill her.
Yes.
And this conversation happened after the photo conversation.
Correct. Not close together, not too close together, but I think it was in the same month. But yes, it was close.
So if she gave those photos to her neighbors around November 20th, then this conversation would have been within about 7-10 days of her death?
No, I don't think so. At least that time frame does not seem right to me.
Okay, but if we have evidence of the day she gave her neighbor the photos, and this conversation was after that, then it would be very close to the time of her death.
It doesn't seem like it is to me in my head.
But you knew it was fall,
I do know. Yes, it was fall.
and you said it was outside just because it was very warm out that day.
Right. But how do I know that the pictures that she gave her neighbor was the one that I looked at?
Well, it would be suggesting that she gave her neighbor pictures multiple times, right?
Or different pictures? I don't know.
Now, during this conversation, you have described to us what your response was, but didn't you actually tell Julie that you lived with Mark for 18 years and you have no idea what he's capable of?
No, I didn't tell her that.
You never told her that?
No.
Okay, so if
I don't remember ever telling her that.
you did live with Mark for 18 years,
Okay,
you grew up with him,
I did.
but you're denying saying to Julie Jensen when she expressed this concern to you that you don't know what he's capable of.
I do deny that.
So if Julie Jensen told that to Therese DeFazio, that you had said that, then that's a lie?
I don't know who Therese DeFazio is.
Okay, so if Therese DeFazio is expressing that Julie Jensen said that you said that,
Objection, this is hearsay.
it's not hearsay, it's showing that Julie Jensen made this statement to other people that this witness is denying.
You can answer it, go ahead.
Can you say it again, please?
So if Therese DeFazio is saying that Julie told her that that's what you said, then that's not true, right?
I would have to say that's not true.
And same with Ted Voigt?
I would have to say that's not true.
Now, you are denying talking to the police after Julie's death, correct?
What do you mean denying talking to the police?
You're saying that Detective Ratzberg, whatever he has to say about you calling him, that's not true?
That's not true.
Okay.
I didn't know who he was.
But Julie, okay, and so because you're denying talking to the police during this time period, are you also denying talking to any police officer in the days and weeks after Julie's death?
I don't remember talking to a police officer.
Okay, so you would have never said to the police that you thought your brother killed your best friend?
No, I did not say that. I didn't know who the man was.
And so during, you think the time period is different, but let's say sometime in the fall before Julie died, Julie expressed to you the fear that Mark was trying to kill her, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
It's foundational for the next question.
All right, Lee, ask the next question.
And you never told the police that.
No, I didn't.
So Julie Jensen ends up dead, and you don't tell the police about what Julie told you about her fear that your brother was going to kill her.
You have to remember that I know that Julie already had some mental health challenge with the initial episode, that she saw something that wasn't there. This seemed very much like the same thing to me.
Well, except that she ended up dead, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Let's rephrase it, go ahead.
So it's not the same, because Julie's fear that she would end up dead, that she would be killed, well, you knew at least that she was dead.
And I also know that she went to go get treated for depression because she had figured out that she needed the help, and she got the medication. She started taking medication, and when like 48 hours later, she was dead. I thought she had a drug interaction. I had no reason to think that Mark had killed her because she was just asking my opinion, and she was unsure of what she was thinking. That's what I thought.
So you knew this that you had this conversation, you knew she was dead. Isn't it true that you would have told the police about this conversation if anybody but your brother was the suspect?
If I didn't, can you ask that again, please?
You would have told the police about this conversation if anybody but your brother was the suspect.
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled, go ahead.
It didn't have anything to do with it being my brother. I thought this was an issue that was singular to Julie, and that it was a mental health issue. I had seen nothing from my brother or Julie that led me, or that they were even unhappy in their marriage.
So you're aware of the years of harassment that Julie had faced?
No, I'm aware of some harassment from her old boyfriend.
So you believe the perpetrator of that was her old boyfriend?
Yes, and that's what Julie told me.
So if Julie had told you in this conversation that she was afraid due to these years of harassment that her old boyfriend was going to kill her, then you wouldn't have told the police that either after her death?
Well, first of all, it wasn't years of harassment from her old boyfriend, but it was not the same thing. You're asking me if I would not have, if she had gone, what you're asking me, I think what you're asking me, is that if her old boyfriend had harassed her for years and then she died, I wouldn't have called the police. Is that what you're asking me?
But you would have, right?
I would have. If she told me that that man was harassing her for years, and she felt threatened, and that was if that was equal, I absolutely would have called the police.
After she ended up dead, right? You would have told the police everything you knew about that after she ended up dead if the suspect was the old boyfriend.
Objection asked and answered.
She hasn't answered it.
I did. I said I would call.
Let's move on.
Now, you refused to talk to the police in connection with this investigation.
No, we did not.
You did not refuse to talk to the police?
No, we did not refuse to talk to the police. My husband talked to the police. He scheduled an appointment. I asked, it was so close, and I asked him, I'm like, do we have to meet this close with a detective? Can we just not get through the holidays and then meet with him? And so he asked his dad. His dad said he didn't think it would be a problem, that Pleasant Prairie would accommodate the schedule change. And so my husband called him back and said, hey, we want to reschedule after the holidays. And so he told me that the detective was going to call us back after the holidays, and he didn't do it. And so we just thought he didn't need to talk to us. There was no need.
Okay, so then you knew the police were investigating this, correct? And your prior answer that you didn't know is incorrect.
That's not true.
You just told us that the police were trying to meet with you, but it was just so soon. After
All he said was that he wanted to talk to us. If he would have told me that he was investigating my brother for murder, that would have put a different spin on that conversation, but he just said he wanted to talk to us.
He was only investigating Julie's death, so you didn't bother to talk to him.
We were going to talk to him. He never called us back.
Now, this case, this investigation has gone on a long time.
Indeed.
And isn't it true that at a prior hearing years ago, the detective came up to you and your husband and said, I still want to talk to you about this?
I don't remember that, and I don't remember having a conversation with anybody at the hearing, but I don't really remember the first hearing. It was a long time ago.
Well, isn't it true that the DA's office tried to talk to you before the very, very first hearing, the first hearing with testimony in 2002?
I think they did want to talk to me.
And you had a lawyer send the letter to the DA's office saying you didn't want to talk.
No, I think I had to send the letter.
You don't think it was a lawyer?
I don't know. I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
Either way, you made it clear you weren't going to talk to the DA's office.
No, that wasn't my intention. I didn't know what to expect. First of all, it felt like the police department had not been upfront with us and honest with us from the beginning. They never told us they were investigating.
Non-responsive. She was asked the question whether the DA's office tried to talk to her.
Well, whatever she said will stand. You can ask your question again if you wish.
So isn't it true that the first time that you provided information in this case in the way that the DA's office would be aware of it was at a hearing in the summer of 2007?
It was at a hearing. I don't remember the year.
Wasn't it the first time you testified in this case?
Yes,
And would 2007 make sense regarding that time frame?
I think so, yes.
Now, isn't it true that prior to that hearing, you met with the defense multiple times?
I did.
And isn't it true that you've always been available to the defense?
Yeah, well, we could always schedule something, yes.
And anytime that anyone from the defense wished to talk to you, you did?
Yes, it wasn't a lot, but I mean, yes, I talked to the defense.
Or if a defense expert wanted to talk to you, you would talk to that person?
I think I did, yeah.
But not to the police and not to the DA?
I didn't talk to the police.
All right, so the last group of questions I have is about Julie's funeral that you've testified about. Did your brother ask your opinion on whether he should bring his girlfriend to the funeral?
No, I didn't know he had a girlfriend.
And it's your testimony that would have upset you?
Yes.
You have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not for today, Your Honor. Unfortunately, all of the rest of our witnesses are coming in from out of state, and they changed their flights as early as they could, but Monday is the earliest they could be there.
Right. Folks, that's not the defense's problem. We're way ahead of schedule. That's the good news. And they were scheduled to be here next week, and they're bringing them in as fast as they can. They are. So can I tell them that we might be done by Tuesday with the testimony?
That would be up to the state. We'll be done with our witnesses on Monday.
Any idea as to rebuttal yet, Mr.
Well, when are they going to be done with the witnesses on Monday? Do they know?
As soon as Attorney Jamboys is done crossing them.
Oh. Well, that will be very brief, I'm sure. I'll make no representation.
This is all being recorded, you know that.
I'll say this, Judge. Depending upon when they get done with their witnesses, we do have a few rebuttal witnesses.
I understand that.
And I would anticipate, I'd be surprised if we're not doing closing arguments by Wednesday.
All right. Good news, right? Okay. Have a good weekend, folks. Don't talk about the case. Thank you very much, what you've done for these 3 weeks.